Deepak sir, can you please make Ajay the host? He is unable to unmute himself. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah?
yes, you are audible.
Okay. Uh, uh, so can I request Deepak sir to please make Ajay the host?
हाँ ओके मैम ठीक है अभी करो.
Okay, thank you. Medha, can I request you to unmute yourself and check your audio, please? Medha?
Is she co-host?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can I request admin to make her co-host, please? Ajay, can you make her co-host, Medha? Yeah, I think yes.
Medha is audible now.
Medha
Yes.
is audible. Can you mute yourself?
Namaste, Penna sir. Namo Namaha, Penna sir.
Madam, namaste.
Namaste. Namaste, sir.
Namaste sir.
Very happy to see you again.
Yes, yes, yes. Very happy to see you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Shakuntala, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Shall we start?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yes, yes, we will start.
Okay, all right. So, Namo Namah to everybody. A very warm welcome to all of you present here. My name is Vrishali Potanzamle, and I will be taking you through the inaugural session this morning. On behalf of the Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai, I welcome you to this two-day international seminar on yoga, theory and practice, which has been organized by the Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai. Let us begin with Saraswati Vandana. I request Dr. Medha Deshpande to please take over for the same.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Thank you, Vishali. या कुन्देन्दुतुषार हारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापः जलशारदे वागीश्वरी जय शारदे वागीश्वरी विधिसंज्ञके विद्याधरी वागीश्वरी वागीश्वरी जय शारदे वागीश्वरी ज्योत्स्ने परी कांति तुझी ज्योत्स्ने परी कांति तुझी मुखरम्य शारद चंद्रमा उदय तुझा हास्यातुनी उदय तुझा हास्यातुनी चारी युगांची पौर्णिमा तुझी आकृपेते सांगणे तुझी आकृपेते सांगणे नितवर्षुदेमुचा श्री नितवर्षुदे अमुचा श्री वागीश्वरी जय शारदे वागीश्वरी जय शारदे वागीश्वरी वागीश्वरी वागीश्वरी.
Thank you so much, Medha. That was lovely. With this ardent prayer to Devi Saraswati to always bless us, let us move ahead. Yoga has been at the root of our civilization for as long as we have known. This seminar aims to explore the various facets of Ashtanga Yoga, from Yama, Niyama, Asana to the stages of Samadhi. In this inaugural address, we have as our guests Dr. Madhusudan Penna, Dr. Miki Mehta, and Dr. Ganesh Rao. I now request Dr. Shakuntala Gowde, the Head of Department and Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai, to please tell us more about the seminar and to introduce our inaugural guest, Dr. Madhusudan Penna. Dr. Shakuntala.
Namo Namaha. Yogena chittasya padena vacham malam sharirasya cha vaidyakena yo apakaro tam pravaram muninam patanjalim pranjalir anatosmi. Namo Namaha. Swagatam. अयि मान्याः विद्वद्वरेण्याः संशोधकाः छात्राः प्राध्यापकाः च सर्वेभ्यः भूयांसि नमांसि. Welcome to all. I heartily welcome you all in the 2-day international conference on yoga, theory and practice organized by Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai. I heartily welcome Professor Madhusudan Penna, Chief Guest and inaugural speaker of the conference, Dr. Miki Mehta, special guest, and Dr. Ganesh Rao, keynote speaker. I welcome all respected chairpersons, dignitaries, respected scholars, senior professors, dear students, and practitioners of yoga. We are hosting this seminar as a part of Diamond Jubilee celebration of the department. Department of Sanskrit has completed 60 years and we are organizing various academic programs to mark this. Professor Gauri Mahulikar, Director, Chinmay International Foundation, inaugurated Diamond Jubilee year in the month of January. Let me present department profile in brief. Department of Sanskrit was established in 1963. Department was headed by stalwarts like Professor H.D. Velankar, Professor T.G. Mayankar, Professor S.A. Dange, Professor Sindhu Dange, Professor Uma Vaidya, and Professor Gauri Mahulikar. Department of Sanskrit is continuously engaged in teaching and research of Sanskrit, which is in tune with the motto Sanskritam Janaya. Department conducts PhD and master's degree programs in Sanskrit and different part-time courses, which include certificate and diploma, as well as advanced diploma in Sanskrit, PG diploma in mysticism, PG diploma in mythology, Diploma in Manuscriptology, Diploma course in Bhakti Literature. Department has organized number of lecture series and workshops on variegated themes. Last year was celebrated as Professor Sadashiv Ambadas Dange birth centenary year with various lecture series on important topics related to Sanskrit studies. Department of Sanskrit has completed UGC UP projects. Department of Sanskrit has given significant contribution to Marathi Vishwakosh since 2016. We have notable publications and seminar proceedings. We have been organizing seminars on manuscriptology, narrative literature, comparative poetics, mysticism, Vaishnava Puranas, etc. Last year, we organized international seminar on Bhakti in Vaishnava traditions in collaboration with Stockholm University and Bhaktivedanta Research Center. I'm very happy to announce that Department of Sanskrit will open admissions for new master's course in Yoga Shastra from the coming academic year. And I hope this seminar will serve as a prelude to this course. So let me tell you in brief about the theme of the seminar. The name of the seminar is Yoga, Theory and Practice. Yoga is important school of philosophy among 6 orthodox systems. Yoga Sutra of Patanjali is primary text and very important text of Yoga Darshana. There is lot of scope to explore textual sources of yoga as it can be traced back to Vedas. Commentatorial literature on Yoga Sutras plays important role in understanding the essence of it. Vyasa's commentary on Yoga Sutras is considered authoritative for understanding the meaning of Yoga Sutras. There are independent texts like Hatha Yoga Pradipika, which focus on practical aspect of yoga. Yogopanishads and Bhagavad Gita have given different approach to yoga. Though yoga is considered as an independent text, it can be seen that yoga became fundamental darshana when its practical aspect is understood. Yogic practices and meditation are seen in Jainism and Buddhism. Yoga is referred as Indian psychology because it thinks about the mind. Yoga is also used as a therapy in combination with various healing methods. Yoga philosophy can be applied at various levels for attaining peace and happiness in daily life. There is scope to study yoga in relation with Ayurveda, naturopathy, Reiki, and other healing methods. This seminar aims at exploring various aspects of yoga pertaining to theory and practice, as well as how theory and practice can be well combined in a yoga as a holistic approach. So papers will be presented pertaining to different sub-themes like textual criticism of Yoga Sutra, independent treatises and commentatorial literature on Yoga Shastra, yoga and other darshanas, exploration of yoga in various perspectives like psychological, physiological, spiritual, etc. Yoga and Ayurveda, yoga and Tantra, yoga and therapies, yoga and meditation in Jainism and Buddhism. So I hope that this seminar will throw light on various aspects of yoga, theory and practice, and also explore the possibilities of research in the respective field. We are very blessed to have chief guest and inaugural speaker, Professor Madhusudan Penna. When I called Professor Madhusudan Penna, sir, regarding this conference, he liked the theme very much that he immediately agreed to inaugurate this conference. It's my great privilege to introduce him. Professor Madhusudan Penna is presently Vice Chancellor and also Professor and Dean at Department of Indian Philosophy at Kavi Gulaguru Kalidas Sanskrit University, Ramtek, Maharashtra. He has composed 2 Mahakavyas and 10 Laghu Kavyas in Sanskrit. He has 30 translation and 140 edited books to his credit. He has recently translated the Marathi Jnaneshwari in 9,000 Sanskrit shlokas, which is very much applauded in the Sanskrit fraternity. He has received many honors and laurels. He has received Sahitya Academy Award in 2019 for his Mahakavya on Gulabrao Maharaj. He has received honorary D.Litt by National Sanskrit University, Tirupati for his unique contribution in Indian philosophy. Pandit Ogeti Parikshit Sharma Award from Hyderabad, Shastra Ratnakara from the Tirumala Pitham, Maharashtra Government Sadhana Award, Pandit Satawalekar Award, Pandit Latkar Shastri Award, Sanskrit Pandit Award, Somnath Trust Award with gold medal and title of Best Scholar, Shri Bhashyam National Award, and many others. I would like to specially highlight that he has been practicing yoga for the last 30 years. He has learned yoga traditionally. He is initiated into transcendental meditation by Maharshi Mahesh Yogi, Netherlands. He is scholar par excellence, poet at heart, yoga practitioner, and good leader as well. A very rare combination. We can see Pratibha and Panditya in him at the same time. We can see Vidvatta and Vinamrata at the same time in him. So we are very fortunate to have your presence, sir. I heartily welcome you and request you to present inaugural address for the seminar. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Shakuntala madam, namaste. And my sincere pranam to all the senior practitioners of yoga. I'm very glad that you have invited me. I'm not a person of that stature, but still, it's really a very great honor for me that I am here with you on this particular day to inaugurate the International Conference on Yoga Theory and Practice. As Madam said, the department has been conducting various academic programs, and last time also I had seen that in collaboration with foreign university, you have conducted interesting conferences. Really, I was thinking that I should put myself in that somewhere so that I can also contribute or I can also learn. So today is a great day that we are all here to share our knowledge about yoga. So the theme itself is very interesting, that yoga theory and practice. And we all know that, as Madam has just remarked about it, we have a long history of yoga right from the time of Veda, okay, Buddhism, Jainism, and Natha Sampradaya. We have a great legacy. But still, when it has come to the 21st century, what we have witnessed is that a kind of wrong inclination towards the practice of yoga in the name of asana, pranayama, dhyana is growing. And is this detrimental to the rich legacy of yoga? That we should contemplate, because nowadays, if we just think that physical exercises or some intellectual pursuits are yoga, then perhaps we are actually deviating from the path shown by Patanjali Maharshi. So, in this context, I would like to share with you some of my knowledge. This legacy, when I was going through, I found that in the time of the Veda, there were, of course, great practitioners of yoga who had accomplished this, and Sukta and the Upanishad. At many places, we come across right practitioners of yoga. So I recently read an article on that the Keshin mentioned in the Vedas, they actually refer to the yogins who had a long hair and who used to stand on one leg and practice. So that kind of Keshi, they were mentioned as yogi. And in the region like Iran, Iraq, and other areas also, there were yogins, but they were known with different names. And later that yoga practice continued. Nowadays it is a name for fashion, or you can say yoga is taken for self-identity. But in the olden days, it was not so. Yoga was simply a way of in integral yoga. Every day of our life is yoga. So I found in these texts that they actually lived the life. They were so humble, honest to their practice that every day they simply practiced yoga without any kind of publicity or that. But okay, the days have changed. Now we have come to a different period in which people find a kind of inclination more towards the popularization of yoga. And later, throughout the ages, if we observe, we find that in the Upanishadic period, especially in the Kathopanishad, we find Sthira Indriya Dharana is known as yoga. And in the later period also, we find in the Shvetashvatar Upanishad some elements of yoga. And very typically, some mystic yoga practices are mentioned in the Taittiriya Upanishad. So there you find the Kapala Bheda, the Kundalini Jagarana. These are the most esoteric practices of yoga that are highlighted in the Taittiriya Upanishad. And there are, of course, other Upanishads like Yoga Upanishad, about 20 the Adayar library had long back published. But in them also you find a kind of bent on the Advaita, like the Shandilya Upanishad and even Hamsa Upanishad. All these Upanishads show a kind of bent towards the Advaita philosophy, because Advaita was taken very seriously during that particular period. Okay, these Upanishads deal more with the Vedantic yoga. So we should call it as Vedantic yoga or Advaita yoga. Long back, somebody wrote in a German journal, is Shankara, their yogin order than Vedantin? So that was the article. So he was trying to show with examples that Adi Shankaracharya was a very staunch practitioner of yoga, and at the same time he was Advaita, and later only from the from the same Adi Shankaracharya, maybe Badarayana Maharshi. In the second chapter, we have Etena Yoga Pratyuktaha, a sutra, an aphorism. While commenting on that, Adi Shankaracharya says that that particular yoga is condemned, which is against the Upanishadic or Vedanta philosophy, but the yoga which is not against Vedanta is accepted. Now, he quoted a sutra there, Adha Tattvadarshana Abhyupayo Yogaha. So this leads to a particular surmise that during the time of Adi Shankaracharya in the 8th or 9th century also, there was a different yoga text in existence, not the text of Patanjali Maharshi, because Patanjali Maharshi has given Adha Yoganushasana Yogaschitta Vritti Nirodha. But in the Shankara Bhashya, we find a different Yoga Sutra. So on the basis of this, we can make an inference that there was another Yoga Shastra, and Adi Shankaracharya was well aware of the existence of that Yoga Shastra. And there may be another Yoga Shastra apart from that of Patanjali Maharshi, because Bhagavad Ramanujacharya Yoga Sutra, it is not available now. So we understand that during the Upanishadic period, yoga had taken a different form, and it became very popular that many people had adhered to the practice of yoga, and that must have encouraged Patanjali Maharshi to take upon the topic of yoga and systematize the entire Shastra for the coming generations. And we now understand that he made a very successful attempt, and it is Yoga Sutra of Patanjali Maharshi is definitely a historical leap. Now, before Patanjali also, there were so many yoga texts, like before Panini, there were yogins, and we find in the Patanjali Mahabhashya also that kind of reference. And all these sutra, like Nyaya Sutra, Vaisheshika Sutra, Sankhya, then the Mimamsa Sutra. So there are some explicit and implicit references in these texts. And again, we are tempted to believe that there was a yoga shastra in place. And now we think, segregating these two, we think that theory and practice. But in the olden days, there was theory along with practice. So therefore, there was never mere yoga theory. Even when Patanjali Maharshi has been talking about this kind of yoga, he is very sure that the one who practices yoga must be studying my text. So practicing yoga is of two types. Practicing yoga means doing asana, pranayam, or practicing some kind of meditation on one side. And second is strictly adhering to the formulas of Yoga Sutra of Patanjali, practicing yoga. And his yoga lays more emphasis on the Ashtanga yoga that we know. But if we compare, that Patanjali Maharshi must have studied all the yoga text of his period and the period before him, and he must have been encouraged to synthesize all the diverging theories of yoga, and especially the kind of yoga he wanted to put across, he wanted to present before the society was different. That we know from the second sutra itself. Yogas Chittavritti Nirodha. Why this sutra? Because Patanjali Maharshi wants to say that I want to propound a new yoga. What is new in that? It is Chittavritti Nirodha. Okay, but Chittavritti Nirodha was never spoken of any time. We understand from the Buddhist texts like Vishuddhi Magga, especially the Vishuddhi Magga talks about 38 types of meditation, and the Jaina texts also talk about them. But we understand that Chittavritti Nirodha was never taken very seriously. It was never pivotal in any philosophy, especially yoga context. So Patanjali Maharshi felt that people were misled. People carried misconceptions about yoga, that yoga is joining with something, connecting me with something. So that kind of union or joining is not there. This is exactly what Patanjali Maharshi wants to tell us, that in yoga, the practitioner of yoga is not going to meet somebody, get united with somebody. Nothing is there. Then what happens in this yoga? People may think, there is Ishvara, then the yoga practitioner should get one with the Ishvara, etc. That will be your understanding, your interpretation. But Patanjali Maharshi didn't have any such concept, because he is very clear that Jivatma Paramatmanoh Sanyogo Yoga Uchyate, Rajasaha Retasoha Sanyogo Yoga Uchyate. All these earlier definitions of yoga fall short. There are several, you can say, logical fallacies in them, that this kind of definition does really present the yogic experience. And keeping in mind this particular aspect, Patanjali Maharshi has given the sutra Yoga Chittavritti Nirodha. So we should all keep in mind that Patanjali Maharshi wants to present a different yoga shastra in the form of Chittavritti Nirodha, and it is a very big text on psychology. Still, Sachidev, he wrote on Hindu psychology, then Abhedananda also wrote on Hindu psychology, but still I have written yoga metaphysics on that, but all the many aspects of psychology are not properly studied with the help of Yoga Shastra, because so many are
Dr. Penna, I think you're on mute. Yeah, request you to unmute yourself.
So this I have observed, that when Yoga Bhasha is talking about some Chitta Dharma, Dvayehi chitta dharmaha paridrushtaha, and especially the chitta bhumi, because these are not to be found in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, but the tradition continued through ages. That we find yeah, very sorry that it got discontinued. So this I was studying that when we study many such texts like Vyasabhashya, Yogavartika, Tattva Vaisharadi, we come across several insights into the philosophy of Patanjali Maharshi. Why all this theory when yoga is just about your physical exercise, doing all asana, all shatkarma, and doing some meditation, all that? So what is the need of this theory? Then I would like to share with you that when you really want to get the experiences promised by Patanjali Maharshi in his sutra, then you have to understand what he says. It's like a manual. When uh, some instrument or something is produced, when something is put into the market, so we understand that it naturally carries some manual. So how that particular instrument or gadget, whatever it is, it can function, what are the precautions that are supposed to take, everything. So here also Patanjali Maharshi has given some yoga, and he has given along with a manual, and that manual is Yoga Sutra. Otherwise, we cannot really understand what Patanjali Maharshi tries to convey to us. So in this sutra, we find the yoga that Patanjali Maharshi wants to give to the society. One is, it is Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Then we have to understand what Chitta Vritti, the difference between Vritti and the Klesha, the origin of Klesha, origin of Vritti. Then we come to Chitta Vritti Nirodha, then Swarupavasthana and Vritti Sarupya. This particular Vritti Sarupya is nothing but misidentity. This is misidentity. So everybody has an identity, but that particular identity is a very wrong one. As Carl Jung says, it is actually the persona that we are carrying in the personality. So the persona or the mask that we are carrying for the sake of society is a misidentity of the self. Then Yoga Shastra says, you come out of the various psychological limitations and realize yourself. This is Drashtuhu Swarupe Avasthanam he is talking about. So two things are there. One, a wrong projection of the self, and other, realization of the self and coming back into the, so that we are totally established in that. So these two things are highlighted in the beginning of the Yoga Sutra, and everything else is only an elaboration. Whether it is in the form of Vibhuti, whether it is in the form of Klesha, explanation, Chaturvyuha, etc. All this is a kind of elaboration. Now, Patanjali Maharshi does not give a lot of importance to the asana, pranayama, though they are very important. Why didn't he give importance to these? We understand that he is talking about samadhi and the result of samadhi. So therefore, the modern practitioner of yoga should be well aware of the width, the scope of this Yoga Sutras, that it is not just training your body, it's not just training your mind or intellect, it is something beyond. And that particular experience is very much elucidated in the Yoga Sutra, the Samprajnata, various stages of Samprajnata, Asamprajnata. So that is the beautiful science Patanjali Maharshi has presented. And in the past, we find that in the Nada Sampradaya, a different kind of yoga developed, which did not give much importance to some of the yoga practices mentioned in the Yoga Sutra also. We find that even Shankaracharya, as is evident from his Viveka Chudamani, he doesn't give importance to these. But in the same period, about 9th, 10th century, a yoga developed in Kashmira Pradesha. So there, as we find in the Tantra Loka of Abhinav Guptacharya, so a yoga developed. Abhinav Guptacharya defines that yoga as Tattvanam Chiti Yojanat Yogamityahu. So it is a different kind of yoga. He is presenting that all the 36 tattvas you should realize, understand, then merge them into their source. This is a kind of Pratiprasava. Of course, it is there in Patanjali Maharshi's Yoga Sutra, this kind of mergence, whether it is Prakritilaya, whether it is any Chittalaya, etc. But Abhinav Guptacharya wants to tell that the yoga he believed in is in the form of taking back all the tattvas to their origin, that is Paramashiva. This is his yoga. And in this yoga, he has condemned the practices of asana, pranayama, etc., saying that these are very trivial, very frivolent, especially in the context of samadhi. And he says it is quite natural. The samadhi is quite natural, that one should understand its importance and put himself 100% to that. So that is Abhinav Guptacharya's yoga. Of course, there are 4 stages of yoga, 4 types of yogin. All these are mentioned in the Tantra Loka also. Now, after this Natha Yoga, we find many yogins changing the complete yoga life in India, especially Gorakhnath, Matsyendranath. Matsyendranath's disciple was Gorakhnath. Then Gorakhnath, contemporary, perhaps his student, the Gahininath and the other. And we know that Gahininath was very strong, that he had visited Maharashtra. He was traveling through all these regions of Maharashtra. He was there in Nashik, where he happened to meet Nivrittinatha. And we know the story that Nivrittinatha got initiated into this from Gahininath. And Nivrittinatha inspired his younger brother so much that Jnaneshwar Maharaj got all this sacred knowledge of yoga directly from his eldest brother. And that actually created a history in the world of yoga, a new history, new pages of yoga, that Jnaneshwar Maharaj in his Jnaneshwari has elaborated the yogic experiences, especially in the 6th chapter, where he has talked about the Kundalini Jagarana and the way that Chitti passes through all the Shat Chakra. And exactly what happens, the colors, the experiences, everything is minutely described by Jnaneshwar Maharaj in his 6th chapter of Jnaneshwari. So that must have inspired several other people to take to the practice of yoga. That in the later period, you find after the 12th or 13th century, we find several people taking to the practice of yoga. Thus, yoga had continued. On one side, we have the theory. On the other side, we have the practice. Of course, there are some people who retire to a lonely place, a secluded place, where they practice yoga, like on the top of a mountain or the bank of a river or any other place. But they may lack the required theoretical knowledge. On the other side, we have very good scholars who are well versed in the Yoga Shastra. Maybe they don't know the real practice of yoga. And the time has come now where we have to combine both, understand their relative importance, that theory and practice should go together. It's like Yaskacharya says in the Nirukta, Anagna viva shushkedho natajvalati karhicheti. So I believe in that if you don't know the meaning of Veda, but you just chant, so that will not be of much use. Similarly, in the yoga practice also, without knowing the basic philosophy behind, if we go on practicing, okay, definitely we get some or the other benefit, but the promised benefit of Patanjali Maharshi we may not get. So this theory and practice should go together. And my sincere request to all the young practitioners of yoga that this modern practice should have a very strong base, that is theoretical base, and that theory they may get from Patanjali or Hatha texts also. Then their practice will become solidified. This is very important. And another thing is that in the modern age, when all the gadgets are available, instruments are available, technology is available, there should be a kind of thorough research into the efficacy of yoga on the basis of both theory and practice. I would like to share with you that towards the end of the Yoga Sutra, we find that there is a lot of exposition of parinama, especially the chitta parinama, bhuta parinama. And in the Yoga Bhashya, we come across a very good explanation of pradhana. In my view, it is the matrix. It is the prime matrix that is the base of all creation. That is pradhana or prakriti. The way Vyasa Bhashya explains this pradhana and the parinama is very impressive. That it actually reminds us of the very important contribution of Edgerton, Schrödinger in particle physics. Because in particle physics also, from the gross matter, as we delve into the secrets of the matter, we come to the antimatter, like positron, the opposite of electron, or we can get into the subtlest form of matter, like the quarks, upside downside quarks, the 12 quarks are there. Then into them, that means they are actually the minutest part of the atom. Again, we understand that electron has some quarks. Similarly, other. Then within the quarks also, if we peep, so we find there the various fields, and within the fields also, of course, they are like quantum. The quantum physics has originated from that. So from there we find the fields, various fields. And if we really try to enter into the secret of matter through this phase, we understand there that there is nothing but mind. That's what exactly provoked the great astrophysicist Edgerton to remark that I don't find anything else than mind. So mind was the only thing he felt. And our people say, you stop with mind, but we have one more thing, that is Atma. And that is the self they are talking about. This is the theoretical background, but we can appreciate that behind this, there is science. There is not only the particle physics or theoretical, what you say, but there is psychology. There is physiology. So this is the beauty of the theory that we should understand and appreciate. Then only we can really enjoy the fruit of yoga practice, I believe. And my sincere request to all the yoga practitioners of this generation that, okay, you practice yoga, but at the same time, you understand the importance of theory, go through the texts like the Raja Yoga texts, Hatha Yoga texts, and other yoga traditions, as Shakuntala madam was telling. So we have so many yoga texts. But see, these yoga texts may open up a new dimension of yoga and encourage you to take upon a new dimension of research also. That's possible. So please put yourself to that and compare with the modern concepts, compare with modern ideas, and try to show the relative importance. So for example, if you take the psychosomatic disorders, then if you focus on each of them, don't take any broad topic for research, because that cannot be research at all. So you have to pinpoint the research. Like you want to take research, okay, take any one psychosomatic disorder and design a particular yoga practice for that. Then, okay, you have samples, then you go for applied research, then study, then present the outcome of that kind of result. This is analyzing the data. So I believe that in this manner, you can really put out the best of the yoga research, and that means that will be useful to the society. And the contribution of commentary literature in enhancing the richness of yoga is not less. So you please go through various commentaries uh, and try to understand the original with the help of all these. Never deviate from them. And in the context of modern yoga, you can take that as for your research also, like the modern yoga teachers, there, if at all there are new theories, then the nature of new theories, their relative importance. So this also you can add to the research, and this way I believe that yoga theory and practice can be understood as mutually complementary. And somebody was telling me in Nagpur also that you people talk about yoga, we do yoga. Then I felt very sorry that I told him we also practice, but the practice you are boasting of is in the form of practicing asanas and pranayama. But sorry, sir, sorry to tell you that Shankaracharya, Abhinavaguptacharya, and many other stars who are really historical yogins, they say that don't confine yourself to that practice alone, go beyond. And this is the only chance, as Abhinavaguptacharya puts across, this is the only chance. This is the life is a goal and a means by itself. This is the statement of Abhinavaguptacharya. So I told him, sorry, sir, but we are inspired by such great stalwarts. So when they say that this much is not yoga, then naturally a question arises: if this much is not, then what else is there? That in search of that something else, we are actually traveling. Paul Brunton had written about that, various experiences of yogins, and when we study those, we really get inspired that such great yogins existed here. For example, when he visited Tamil Nadu, just on the road, some dark complexion, somebody was going, and Paul Brunton stopped him and asked. That person said, "I am practicing yoga. That's all." Then Paul Brunton asked him, "Can you demonstrate some yoga technique?" Then he had shown some 5 minutes. He had stopped his breath, no pulse rate, no heartbeat, nothing. According to modern science, he says this person will be declared dead, but he was alive. Then when Paul Brunton appreciated him, he said, "It is nothing before my guru. My guru is in Kolkata, and he can hold his breath for half an hour and more." So such persons were there. And in Himalayas also, he had written about them. There were yogins who had demonstrated different things, like right in front of this C.V. Raman, Sir C.V. Raman. In Kolkata, a yogi demonstrated that he had taken potassium cyanide and put on his tongue. We cannot imagine, because that yogi will be naturally thrown into history that moment itself, because we know potassium cyanide is very dangerous, and he has taken sulfuric acid, and he put on his tongue. Nothing happened. Then other people asked him, Paul Brunton records, other persons asked him, what actually makes you invincible? Then he said, yoga. So yoga can be in the form of mere bodily practices, mere breathing techniques, mere psychological exercise. But beyond that, yoga is there, and all our efforts should be centered on that, so that we can really understand what this nation has given to the world. As Vyas Houston, the director of American Institute of Sanskrit, puts across, the contribution of India in the last millennium is in the form of Sanskrit and yoga. So therefore, this yoga is really a great boon to the mankind, irrespective of their caste, creed, religion, any region also. So therefore, when we frequently organize such conferences in which we can delve upon the nature of yoga, the efficacy of yoga, then the relative importance of yogic practices, then I think our academic contribution uh, can get really fulfilled. And I really appreciate the Sanskrit department, Mumbai University, that has been doing commendable service in the field of Sanskrit by organizing wonderful conferences, symposia, etc. It has a great legacy. And luckily, youngsters are now leading the department, very young. So I really appreciate, ma'am. People like you should come forward, and uh, elderly people like us, we are not very old, but still comparatively elderly. So we believe that now Sanskrit and yoga are in right hands. So with these words, I congratulate the department, congratulate all the participants, and whatever good you may find in my speech, you please carry. And if something is missing, please convey to me, convey to the organizers, so that we can correct ourselves and give to the society the best. So with these words, I conclude, and I again salute to all the honest yoga practitioners. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. What a great opening of the International Conference on Yoga Theory and Practice. You have really opened some rare gems of the yogic history, I will say, because you have taken us through different definitions of yoga, different prevalent yoga shastras. So we did not limit to only Patanjali Yoga Sutra as such, but must divert our attention to Abhinava Gupta and Jnaneshwari Natha tradition also. So really wonderful, sir. And we are really obliged by this address, and it will provide some definitely new dimensions to researchers. So thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. And
Thank you so much, ma'am.
so now I hand over to Brushali.
And thank you again, Dr. Panna. Thank you so much. Your insights on yoga, as always, have been tremendous. Your vast experience as a practitioner and your tremendous scholarship is par excellence. Thank you. Thank you again for this. I now call upon Dr. Shakuntala Gowde again to please introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Ganesh Rao.
So it's again, I'm again happy to introduce Dr. Ganesh Rao. Dr. Rao is highly acclaimed and inspiring name. He is one of the 100 most inspiring yoga teachers in India in the field of yoga. He has conducted all over the world till date more than 23,000 sessions in yoga, including all aspects of yoga, theory and practical. Dr. Rao earlier worked as finance executive from Tata Motors Limited for almost 2 decades. Dr. Rao has excelled as a professional saucer player for more than 17 years at the national level. He has represented Maharashtra state football team in national championships for 6 years and was part of the national camp for selection of Indian team for Asian Games in 1982. So he is the founder of ACT Yoga. He is a chief advisor for academics and training for Kaivalya Dham Yoga Institute. He is a director of IYA, Standing Academic and Accreditation Committee. He is a technical expert for Yoga Certification Board. He is ex-secretary of Certification Committee and Technical Expert, Yoga with QCI. He is former member of selection panel with ICCR, that is Indian Council of Cultural Relations. He is member of Board of Studies at Kaivalya Dham and Shri Shri University, Bhubaneswar. He is visiting professor at KJ Somaiya and Mumbai University, Kaivalya Dham College, Defense of Management, Sikandarabad, Maharashtra National Law University, Yoga Alliance, USA, Shri Shri University, Bhubaneswar, and ITM for Western Philosophy. 8 students have received PhD in KKSU and Mumbai University under his able guidance. Dr. Rao has authored and co-edited several books besides publishing innumerable articles in newspapers, journals, and also has recorded some CDs on Yoga Nidra, Panchakosha Dharana, Yogic Counseling, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, and Sankhya philosophy. For his contribution to the field of yoga studies, he has received Yoga Ratna Award in 2021. Thus, we have got a very stalwart as a keynote speaker. And again, I would like to note here that I had a chance to interact with him when we were traveling from Nagpur to Mumbai. And then we had a very good dialogue on the yogic philosophy. And the way he explains yoga is very lucid, with utmost clarity. And I did not think of anyone else for the keynote speech of this international conference on yoga theory and practice. So we are very much obliged by your presence, sir. Once again, I heartily welcome you, sir, and request you to present the keynote address of this conference. Thank you. Sir, please unmute yourself.
I'll repeat. Thank you very much. Namo Namaha. Congratulations to Sanskrit Department of Mumbai University for organizing this international seminar on the most relevant topic, yoga theory and practice. In fact, the content of my talk today is the relevance of theory and practice, both individually and put together. Also, Bombay University is my alma mater. It is an honor for me to participate in this seminar, and I'm singularly happy for that reason. Dr. Penna, as usual, a vast treasure of knowledge and wisdom, has made the mind very fertile when listening to him, taking us through the whole journey of yoga from ancient times till today, touching upon so many traditions, so many scholars, saints. In my address today, I will try to talk about theory and practice, that is meta theory and meta practice, rather than each theory and each practice of yoga. Of course, to some extent, it may be inevitable for me to speak about some practices and the theoretical aspects, but I would like to confine myself or emphasize more on meta theory and meta practice, the significance of theory and practice in yoga. Pranams to all the scholars, professors, listeners, practitioners present here. And with their due permission, I will begin my address. All of us can see that the popularity of yoga is soaring in geometric progression in modern times. And irrespective of caste, creed, race, region, religion, nationality, gender, age, yoga has been embraced and being embraced by people all over the world. In fact, before I forget to say that, the popularity of yoga has as a byproduct also started making people curious about Sanskrit language. And there are lots of people, not only in our country, but abroad. When I travel, I find their interest in Sanskrit language also increasing. This is a byproduct of the popularity of yoga, that so many people now are interested not only in yoga, Sanskrit, it's also about Indian culture in general. This popularity of yoga can be seen in 3 dimensions today. One dimension is of the yoga practitioner. When the practice is taken to the spiritual dimension, we talk about sadhana, where the English term practice may be confined to 1 hour of practice in the yoga hall on a mat. Sadhana is something which percolates or pervades the whole day. So practice and sadhana sadhana being slightly distinguished. And this sadhana, this practice being done popularly as a fitness regimen, and by some taking to yoga as a lifestyle. But the area is pertaining to the yoga practitioner. The second dimension explaining the popularity of yoga today is the dimension which is now opened out by yoga as a career option. Whether the individuals take to yoga for teaching yoga. In fact, I come across a number of students who after 10th or 12th standard start asking, can I take to yoga as, taking it as a profession? Yeah. I mean, they infer they want to become teachers of yoga. Some of them want to open yoga studios, yoga schools, and some of them taking to yoga purely as an academic subject, from certificates, diplomas, degrees to doctorate level. And lastly, people entering into this field from the research point of view. I consider this field where the earlier part was of a yoga practitioner. This is the field of the yoga teacher, yoga researcher. The third part, which I can see today, is, and this is the part which is most popular today, in all my more than 23,000 sessions of yoga that I have taken, hardly, or I can say not even one single example of a person coming to me for attaining to Kaivalya or Moksha by practicing yoga. Can I attain Kaivalya under you? Or can I attain Moksha under you? No. Most of the people today enter into yoga from the therapeutic part, having some problem, having tried other therapies, the pros and cons of other therapies, and then finally making a foray into yoga to see whether yoga as an alternative therapy helps them. This is the field of yoga therapist, as against the first one of yoga practitioner, the second one of yoga teacher and researcher. This is the field of the yoga therapist, dealing with physical and mental health. In most cases, in all three dimensions, the emphasis by the practitioner, by the teacher, by the therapist is towards the betterment of the body and the mind in the empirical world. Yeah, this is very clear. I'm very precise in what I'm saying. The emphasis is on the body and the mind, physical health, mental health, and for gains in the empirical world, for progress in the empirical world, in whichever direction you want to take it. Having said that, in all these three fields, in all these preoccupations, engagements with yoga, whether as a practitioner, a sadhak, or as a teacher, researcher, or as a therapist, the importance of understanding yoga per se cannot be overemphasized. And when I say understanding of yoga, this understanding of yoga refers to both the theory and practice, the theory and practice of yoga. Very much necessary for all three, or three dimensions, whether practitioner, teacher, or therapist. Understanding of theory of yoga and practice of yoga is a must. Coming to the first part, theory of yoga. What do we understand by theory of yoga? By theory of yoga, we mean the philosophical foundations of yoga practices. And simply speaking, this philosophical foundation of yoga practices goes towards answering the question of what is yoga, what is the rationale of yoga, what is the methodology of doing yoga, and finally, what is the purpose, what for, what is the purpose, goal, ultimate end of doing yoga. The theory part of yoga answers these four questions, supposed to answer these four questions, and all answers are very, very important, even from the practice point of view. Being very brief, if we say what is yoga, in fact, when Dr. Penna was elaborating upon lots and lots of things, I was having two thoughts in the back of my mind. And one thought was, the teacher of yoga is actually, or can be visualized as a machine where complicated and complex things from the texts, various traditions, various theories enter from one side, and from the other side, after the teacher processes it, it comes out in a very simplified form, which is now ready for being practiced. Yeah. Otherwise, as Osho says, all analysis tends towards paralysis. You know a lot of things, but you can't do anything about it because there's so much to know. The important point is whether all that thing is simplified for finally the practice to happen. So when we talk about the what of yoga, yoga can be answered in various ways. I'm not going into all of them, but restricting myself, confining myself to only one part, that the immediate and probably the most appropriate answer to what is yoga is a darshana, a classical Indian philosophy, an Astika darshana. And like all other darshanas, Astika and Nastika, except for Charvakas, it is a darshana which aims towards putting an end to dukkha or sufferings of human life. And if I am jumping the gun, this dukkha or sufferings arising from avidya or ignorance of reality per se are capital. That is the what of yoga. What is yoga? Yoga is a darshana, Astika darshana. Whether it is having a tilt towards Vedanta or Patanjali's Yoga Darshana, the basic text of Patanjali Yoga Sutras, being stemmed or rooted in Sankhya Darshana, that is again a matter of analysis. But at the end of the day, it is a darshana. I will come to that analysis later. The rationale why of this darshana, and here important to understand that unlike Western philosophy, most Western philosophies, Indian philosophy is originating from a practical necessity of spiritual disquiet, which can be seen in the sufferings of human life. So all Indian philosophies, when I say all, most of the time except Charvakas, it's aiming towards eliminating dukkha once for all. So the Yoga Darshana, of which Patanjali's Yoga Sutras is the basic text, is an attempt, an endeavor to put an end to dukkha or human sufferings permanently. That is the rationale why. And if we come to methodology, I'm not talking about methodology from the methodology of doing asanas, where different schools, different traditions will talk about different ways of doing the asana or pranayama or whatever other practices are there. I'm talking about methodology of putting an end to sufferings in life, which is a part of the darshana. Very clearly, if the dukkha is arising from avidya, then an end to sufferings is by removing avidya, and that happens when the word darshana itself is understood. Darshana is the vision of reality, insight into truths. And in the context of human being, knowing who am I, what am I, that reality, when it starts happening, when it dawns upon us, then the avidya goes, self-realization happens, and presumably leads to the end of all sufferings. Having said this, self-realization happens. Methodology, what is this methodology? Here, a bit of philosophy, very simple philosophy. If we take human being, any human being, very clearly going by Sankhya Darshana, we can see that the human being is made up of two principles. And mind you, these two principles are actually like two parents giving birth to a baby. These two principles which make up the human being are the two principles which make up everything in the universe. Whether we look at the universe from the scientific point of view, or from spiritual point of view, or from material point of view, these are the two principles from all fields. These two principles in Sankhya is the Purusha and Prakriti. In Kashmir Shaivism or Tantrism, it is the Shiva and the Shakti. In Chinese philosophy, it is yin and yang. In psychology, it is the feminine and the masculine. In science, it is matter and energy. We'll come to this a little bit more, because this does not seem to be falling in line with the Indian matter and energy. But these are the two principles in all fields which make up everything, and including human beings. So we are a composite being of consciousness, that is Purusha on one side, Prakriti, that is, I tend to call it as Purusha, consciousness and energy, and on the other side, spirit and matter. And if I go a little bit further, the consciousness in me and the matter principle bringing about the mind and the body. This is where one has to pay attention, and that where in Western psychology we make a distinction between matter and mind. In Indian philosophy, mind is also matter. It is Sukshma Sharira, and the body is the Sthula Sharira. And finally, the matter is also energy, and this is what is talked about, or what Dr. Penna was referring to when we go to the ultimate part of any object, when we analyze the molecules into atoms, into protons, electrons, neutrons, and then go deeper and deeper and deeper, we find only vibration there, a wave there, which is nothing but a replica of energy there. So at the end of the day, it is the consciousness and the energy which make up the human being. These are two sides of the same coin. Leaving aside this philosophical jargon, if you look at a simple human being, there is the mind and the body on one side and the consciousness on the other side. And just to throw light, where in Indian philosophy we emphasize on consciousness as a noun, maybe in the Western philosophy or in Western psychology, we talk about consciousness as a verb, and that is the mystery which happens in understanding. So two parts to me, the body and the mind, and the consciousness, matter and spirit there. The methodology, this is very, very crucial for any practitioner of yoga. The methodology of self-realization, in the first place, the self is the consciousness in me, because that is the permanent, eternal part in me. The matter part continuously changes. You don't have to go far off to see why it changes. How in Sankhya, the Prakriti is made up of three gunas. The three gunas are inherently changing. So the body and the mind are inherently changing. They do not follow the definition of reality per se. Though the original Prakriti is one eternal, the parts of the Prakriti which is manifested in the human beings keeps on changing. And that change, that is why the body and the mind is not considered as real. The consciousness in me is the real. So if I have to realize myself or align myself to the reality, what do I do with the body and the mind? This is the basic question for all practitioners of yoga. And very clearly, in Patanjali's yoga, in all forms of yoga, these two, the body and the mind, they need to be transcended to reach the state of consciousness. I'm using the word transcendence and not abandonment. You cannot abandon your body or your mind and then go towards self-realization. You require to transcend. This is the whole crux of the practice of yoga, the methodology of yoga. And in the process of transcending, automatically the body and the mind have to be refined. To put it in simple words, a sick person cannot be spiritual. And when I say it, I come down to even small practice. Even when you're sitting for meditation, your knee is hurting, your attention is drawn to the knee, you cannot meditate. If your back is aching, when you sit in a meditative posture, if the back is hurting, your attention is drawn toward the back, you cannot meditate. This is the reason why among the antarayas, Patanjali points out Vyadhi as the first antaraya. Because if you are sick, if you are physically not well, no way you can go ahead. you require to become fit. I'm talking about transcending the body. For transcending the body, not necessary to make the body perfect. The question is it a workable body? Is it a healthy body? Then only I can go ahead. Again, you require to transcend the mind. And this is very beautiful, transcending the mind and not abandoning the mind. If I use my oft-quoted phrases, when you transcend the body and the mind, you're reaching the no-mind state. And that is where the Unmani Avastha or Manomani Avastha of Hatha Yoga, that is where you are experiencing the meditative state. That is where you are getting the glimpse of Tada Drashtu Sarupa Avasthanam. That is where you are getting the glimpse of Chitta Vritti Nirodha. You are in that no-mind state. For reaching the no-mind state, you have to go beyond the mind. Now, you are reaching the mind, no-mind state, going beyond the mind. The no-mind state is experienced in both extremes. In one extreme, the no-mind state is experienced by a person in whom the mind has never awakened. And that, in our vernacular language, we talk about as a buddhu. A buddhu is a person in whom the buddhi has not happened. He has not experienced the mind at all. But we are not talking about buddhu in yoga, that a buddhu is, a yogic person. We are talking about a buddha. A Buddha is one who has gone beyond the buddhi. He has transcended the buddhi. So a buddhu and a Buddha both externally appear same. But in one, buddhi has not happened. In the other, the person has gone beyond buddhi. That person who has gone beyond buddhi is a yogi. So in yoga, we are talking about transcending the body and the mind, not abandoning the body and the mind. All yoga practices are meant for transcending the body and the mind. And in the process of transcending the body and the mind, automatically the body becomes healthy, automatically the mind becomes one-pointed. So, physical health and mental health are byproducts of yoga practices. Unfortunately, I repeat what I said to begin with my session, that the practitioner, the teacher, the therapist get confined to the physical and mental health and make it as an end product of yoga. This is the point which is the crux of the topic of today's seminar, theory and practice. In the practice of yoga, understanding the theory becomes very crucial, because without understanding the theory, what happens in the external world today is confining our practice to the body and the mind and looking good in front of the mirror, and what we talk about in Maslow's self-actualization, enabling the mind to be more productive, more efficient, which is very good in the empirical world, but may not be the goal of yoga. The goal of yoga goes a little bit beyond that. If we talk about the methodology, the last point that I want to make in this context, if we talk about the methodology, then very clearly Patanjali's yoga, being mind-oriented, after the yamas and niyamas are taken care of, the social conflicts and personal conflicts are laid to rest. There is personal adjustment, social adjustment. Then the asanas, the body is made healthy enough to proceed ahead. Then the pranayama practices for equalizing the breath through both the nostrils physically and making both hemispheres of the brain holistic, harmonious, so that you can go ahead for meditation. Patanjali says very clearly, dharana sucha yogyata manasaha. By doing pranayama practices, your mind becomes fit for dharana. Where Hatha Yoga, emphasizing only on the physical health, says pranayama yuktina sarva roga kshaya bhavet. Patanjali says dharana sucha yogyata manasaha. Pranayama practice will take you towards dharana. The highest practice of Antaranga Yoga in Patanjali's yoga, dharana dhyana samadhi. For getting ready for that practice, the Bahiranga Yoga practices are instrumental. The body and the mind are having instrumental value, not intrinsic value. This is the problem in today's, the three dimensions, the practice, the teacher, and the therapist, that what is an instrumental value, we make it as an intrinsic value. And that is where we lose the essence of yoga. Whatever form of yoga you take, whatever tradition of yoga you take, the crux remains the same. Can I transcend the body and the mind and go towards a no-mind state where I align myself with the real self in me, which is the consciousness, and that alignment, which is once glimpsed in the meditative state, in the meditation state, can I bring that glimpse and make it active all throughout my day, wherein I talk about not doing meditation, but being meditative. And that is where we talk about not doing yoga, but being yogic, because then the values of yoga are spread throughout your day. So this is the last part, the methodology part. The what for, very clear, I've already mentioned. The whole of yoga finally is meant for attaining self-realization, or the goal of yoga is to remove all the sufferings of human life. Physical health and mental health are small parts in that all sufferings. So it happens as a byproduct. When you do asana practice, I being a sports person, if somebody says, sir, my body is very fit because I do asanas every day, I say, what big deal? Even if I go for running in the morning or do jogging, my body will become fit. No, asanas are not meant for that. Asanas are meant for something higher things there. This is the theory part which you are talking about in theory and practice. The theory refers to the philosophical foundations, the what, the why, how, and what for of yoga. Coming to the practices of yoga, theory and practice. When we come to the practice of yoga, this word practice has two meanings. One meaning is practices, various practices of yoga, starting from yamas, niyamas, shodhana kriyas, asanas, pranayam, dharana, dhyana, samadhi, mudras, bandhas, relaxation practices, yoga nidra, so many practices, mantra chanting, mantra meditation, so many practices. But the second meaning to that practice, theory and practice, is the practicing of the practices. One is the various practices that we know, fine. The second is the practicing of those practices. These practices of yoga, even if you take Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga, they cater to all the dimensions of human personality. And beautifully, personally, I feel that even if a person understands Patanjali's Yoga Sutras thoroughly, and that understanding can happen only when you practice it, because being in these sutras for the last 10 years, 12 years, every sutra has practical part incorporated within it. The sutras are products of heart, not the products of head exclusively. So you cannot approach the Patanjali's Yoga Sutras only from the intellectual dimension and try to understand it. It is not possible. Unless and you practice it, it is not easy to understand it. So when Patanjali says Atha Yoga Anushasanam, that word Atha also demarcates that now let's go to real yoga. You have been doing lots of things under the name of yoga. Now at least let us go. So the sutras, Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, are meant for higher practitioners of yoga who have been into yoga field for a long time, because only then they are able to understand. When Patanjali says, Vitarka Vichara Ananda Asmita Anugama Sampragnataha, unless until you have sat down for meditation, you will not know why is he referring to Vitarka as the first stage. Why Vichara? Only when you start practicing, you will come to know the sutras. Every sutra in Patanjali Yoga Sutras has a practical part incorporated in it. The more you go deeper into your practices, the more you understand the sutras. The more you understand the sutras, the more you are able to go deeper into your practices. These practices, as I mentioned, cater to all the dimensions of human personality. And I do not tire myself from saying that Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga is probably the most comprehensive personality theory ever, where normally we talk about only the cognitive, the cognitive and the affective aspect in a stock definition, description of human personality, Patanjali talks about 8 dimensions of human personality. He talks about the social dimension of the yamas, the personal dimension of the niyamas, the physical dimension of the asanas, the physiological and mental of pranayam, the purely mental of pratyahar, the psychological, the intuitive, and the spiritual dimension of meditation. So 8 dimensions he's talking about. But having said that, beautifully, if you look at these dimensions, each practice takes you inwards. From the yamas, which are social in nature, you are going towards samadhi, which is spiritual. So the progress in yoga is internal. Refinement is by moving inwards from the yamas to the samadhi state, realizing your spiritual self there. Again, asanas, yamas, niyamas are very important. You cannot abandon them, whatever your age. Practices are very important. Whatever your age, there is no excuse for being unfit or unhealthy. Whatever be your age, asanas or a simulation of asanas is necessary. Similarly, there is no moral holiday. You cannot have a Sunday on a week saying that Sunday is open, I'll be able to violate my yamas and niyamas. No, there is no moral holiday. The first 5 limbs, the angas of Patanjali's yoga, have to be transcended, cannot be abandoned. Whatever we are age, all 5 are necessary. So the significance of those practices cannot be overemphasized. They are very, very important. Whether it is asanas or pranayam or yamas, niyamas, they are very important. You are never free to violate them. But the question is, they are not exclusively important. They do not have intrinsic value. They are means, they are instruments towards going higher in all forms of yoga. And I am tempted to say in all forms of spirituality, meditation is the highest practice. Whether you take Sufism, you take Zen, you take Christian mysticism, you take yoga, all traditions of yoga, meditation is the highest practice. Because in that meditative state, when the meditation becomes successful, for once you get a glimpse of who you are. Tada drashtu sarupe avasthanam. You are established in your real self. Only the meditator, nothing to be meditated upon. You experience that pure awareness. I am now coming to the necessity of having a good background, good foundation of the theory, so that your practices, the quality of the practices does not suffer. Second, you get the full real effects of yoga. The essence of yoga is not diluted. And also, in all my travels, I see, because one is not very clear about the theoretical part, there is hesitation in venturing into various parts of yoga. A lot of resistance sometimes I see in chanting of Om, a Bij mantra which is purely sound oriented, or going into yoga, into the philosophy of yoga, because you have a fear that by going into philosophy of yoga, am I getting converted into another religion? When your theoretical part becomes very strong, when you are very, very clear, educated about the theoretical dimension, the philosophical foundations of yoga, these doubts, these suspicions, these fears are set to rest, that there is no conversion there. Yoga is a spirituality, not a religion. And it is not that by doing yoga you become spiritual. You are a spiritual person who does in yoga to realize your spirituality. It is not that a human being has to become spiritual. It is a spiritual being who has to become human. So the theoretical part is very much necessary. In the absence of theoretical understanding, what happens is what we see today around. Yoga asanas become physical exercises. Yamas and niyamas practiced for becoming a principled person in life. Pranayam practices done for getting benefits in health issues. Yeah, all of them are there necessary, but that is not the ultimate purpose. That will happen automatically. Your theory part, your foundation in the philosophical dimension of yoga will make your practices more profound, will add quality to your practices. Just doing practices without knowing the theory, you are not doing yoga. You are reducing yoga to a fitness regimen. And that is what is happening all over the world. Getting into the theoretical dimension, very, very, very crucial. Having said that, what happens when you get only into the theoretical part? That danger is more now, because yoga is becoming an academic subject. One can confine oneself totally to only reading scholarship, understanding of yoga philosophy, without demeaning or degrading that. Mastery of yoga theory exclusively without practicing is like reading, memorizing, and mastering the menu card in the restaurant and several restaurants with the assumption that you can fulfill your hunger. No, by mastering the menu card, your hunger is not fulfilled. And not only mastering the menu card for yourself, after mastering the menu card, you are disseminating or imparting that same mastery to all over the world. No, you have to practice. Practice is very, very necessary. Otherwise, we'll keep on hair splitting. What does this mean? What does that mean? And the practice goes into the background. You don't practice at all. Personally speaking, I have a slight bias towards practice as against theory. Even if you are not fully conversant with the theoretical part, still practice. The benefits and things are nicely available. But if you're only on the theoretical side, you're not getting any benefits at all. And today, when certificates, diplomas, degrees are available galore, the temptation is there to go into this deeper and deeper research. I came across a nice researcher who, a beautiful PowerPoint presentation, the researcher was totally obese. And the PowerPoint presentation was how yoga practices can help in reducing obesity. No, this is totally paradoxical. When you are practicing, theory becomes essential, necessary, but only theory. Whether it is a practitioner, whether it is a teacher, whether it is a therapist, in fact, therapy more so. Today, we have the omniscient Google. You can type into the Google for any ailment, what is the therapy, yogic therapy, and it will give you a good list of all the practices. The distinguishing feature between a yoga therapist and any other therapist, most of the therapists, is that yoga therapists cannot practice therapy without practicing yoga. You cannot read from books and prescribe therapy. No, you have to practice. Only when you practice, you understand your body, you see what these practices enable you to do, how you can modify, bring about variations in the practice. So whether it is a therapist, a teacher who only reads books and talks from books, lacks conviction. When your teaching is backed by your practice, there is force, power in what you speak. We never ask a guru in a Guru Shishya Parampara, can you show us proof about what you're talking? The guru will keep quiet, stand up and say, I'm the proof. Because he or she has been practicing. When you practice, you don't require proof. Only when you don't practice, you require proof. Practicing is very, very crucial. So you will see both the theory and the practice become so important coming together. And both are complementary to each other. The more you understand, the richer your practice. The richer your practice, the more you understand. That is why the first sentence I said, congratulations to Sanskrit Department of Bombay University for choosing this topic of theory and practice. Because all of us talk about theory and practice, but when you go into it, you see this is the crux of yoga. Neither can theory exist exclusively as yoga. Neither can practices exist exclusively as yoga practices without knowing the foundations, philosophical foundations of why you're practicing, what are you practicing. Both are complementing. Both enable a practitioner, a sadhaka, a teacher, an acharya, a therapist, to go deeper and deeper into the practices. I would end my talk once again congratulating the Sanskrit department of Mumbai University for making this seminar happen. My best wishes to all the practitioners here, teachers here, therapists present today. The numbers on the screen are heartening. Once again, kudos to Mumbai University for bringing all of us together. And you are, all of you, in for a treat with so many scholars and practitioners waiting to share their experiences and their wisdom with all of you. My best wishes to all of you in your journey of yoga. My best wishes to Sanskrit University. Keep holding such conferences more and more. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you very much, sir, for pointing out to the very crux of the theme, that is yoga theory and practice. You have very well explained, first of all, the intricacies of the yoga philosophy, and very valuable thought. I think we should mark this, that Patanjali's every sutra has practice incorporated it. So if anyone is mastering theory or practice exclusively, it is definitely dangerous. So yoga teaching always should be supported by practice, and this is the valuable thought, a takeaway from this conference, I would say. So thank you very much for presenting keynote address, sir. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Gowde, and thank you so much for your insights, Dr. Rao. Your work in the field of sports, uniting the abilities of yoga with modern day sports is very well known. Thank you again. I now call upon Dr. Madhvi Narsare, Associate Professor, Department of Sanskrit, to please introduce our special guest, Dr. Miki Mehta. Dr. Narsare.
Namo Namaha. It is my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Miki Mehta. Dr. Miki Mehta is a global leading holistic health guru and has completed 52 years of yoga and in a span of 41 years of professional run. He has bagged prestigious awards like Health and Wellness Icon of the Economic Times. He has also received an award at Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75th year celebrations from the Ministry of Cultural Affairs in Switzerland for excellence and pioneer in holistic health. He is also serving the Ministry of External Affairs, Videsh Bhavan, Mumbai, on cultural health. He is the author of 3 bestsellers, The Shunyam Quotient and Lose Weight, Gain Shape, and recently launched Immunity with Padma Shri Super Chef Sanjeev Kapoor. He is also a leading columnist in the Speaking Tree and is also a speaker at the Harvard University and IIMs and IITs. He has been appointed as the Fit India Movement Champion for the Sports Authority of India and is a part of the steering committee at the Indian Merchants Chamber. Dr. Miki Mehta is a chairman a Wellness Committee Council for Fair Business Practices and advisor to Delphic India for Holistic Health and Wellness. He is the first ever columnist, TV and radio host in wellness in India and is a life coach to Bollywood superstars, top politicians, several Miss Worlds and Miss Universes, and the Indian Army too. The author, poet, philosopher, the brand, the institution, the legendary Dr. Miki Mehta, who gets you energized, who gets you naturalized, optimized, maximized, wellness revolutionized, and gets you all Mickey-mized. So, on behalf of the Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai, I heartily welcome Dr. Miki Mehta for our seminar. And I'd like to tell you one thing. There is a shlok in the Upanishad which says, "Na tvaham kamaye rajyam, na swargam, na punar bhavam, kamaye dukkha taptanam, praninam artinashanam, So Mickey Mehta symbolizes that. He doesn't wish for health. He doesn't wish for wealth. He doesn't wish for power. But wherever there is sorrow, wherever there is sadness, he reaches out over there, and with his knowledge, with his expertise, with his experience, he tries to help people out and bring them out of sorrow and grief and make them happy. So Mickey Mehta sir, thank you for joining us for the inaugural session of this seminar. And Mickey Mehta sir would love to have a question and answer session, because because he does not like to speak on just plain screens. So I will be asking some questions. If the participants can also have questions on the chat box, I will be taking those questions and we can have this session. So namaste, Mickey sir.
Namaste. You know why I requested for a Q&A? Because yoga is a confluence of polarities.
Yeah.
So when confluence happens, knowledge and wisdom automatically expand and grow.
Yes.
That was the reason. So I'm so happy. Thank you, Madhvi. You're doing a great job. Many times that I've been to your university, you know, yoga happens very naturally when you walk into your campus. The huge, the joining, the integration, the wholeness happens very naturally. So literally first thing comes to my mind that yoga is never to be done. It is a state of being. Yoga is, I call yoga, especially the asanas, I call them postures in poetry.
Wow.
And asanas are the lowest denomination of yoga. But
Yes.
when these postures in poetry assume the state of a mountain, of a snake, of a tree, of a bow, of an arrow, of a chakra, of a Veerbhadra, then those attributes translate into your personality and character. So yoga is that vibratory frequency force, which is actually not a force. It is very sukshma. It is very, very subtle. Yoga has never to be done in a hard way. Power yoga, not at all. Yoga to music, dancing, intense yoga, no. Yoga has to be silent, quiet, easy, flow, rhythm. With yoga, you get established in the flow. You get aligned with the rhythm, and your unit rhythm gets synchronized with the universal cosmic rhythm. So typically what happens is your circadian rhythm falls in line with the cosmos and electromagnetic field, and the oneness happens thereafter. Then you become like a lotus in the muck, ever evolving, ever expanding consciousness, ever expanding awareness, spontaneity, intelligence, everything available, and you're brimming with energy, brimming with energy.
So how would you advise the younger generation to enter into this?
I would always tell the youngsters that looking at yoga, boredom might set in. But being in yoga, interest and self-interest will happen. So it is like romancing your own self. Self as in spirit, self as in your body, self as in your mind, and bringing them together on the same page, integrating your being, becoming whole. So I would tell them that enjoy being with yourself. Introducing yourself with yourself happens when you are in postures, and the postures become poetry. I would tell them, inspire them and motivate them by telling them, would you like to have a wonderful skin? Would you like to have a good night's sleep? Would you like to wake up early in the morning without an alarm? Would you like to do away with coffee and just be high on energy? Would you like to digest all the junk that you eat easily and cleanse easily? And then feel like eating the good stuff?
Yeah.
I would tell them, would you want the world to respect you, regard you, look up at you? Then yoga is a tool that will make you a leader of sorts. It will give you vision. intuition, foresight, insight, sympathy, empathy, and you will lead from the front. People will want to bounce to you and refer to you as their benchmark of success. And would you like to be successful in every walk of life? Yoga is the way. Now, once you inspire people, educate them what yoga is about, and much more, automatically they will start doing it. And you must lead by example. Let's say if you're a father, don't tell your person, don't tell your son, don't tell your daughter to do yoga. Do it before them every day. The rub-off of that, seeing the way you shape up, seeing the way you shine, illuminate, seeing the way you remain calm, seeing all that, automatically people. So lead by example. Then the team will follow, whether it is at work, whether it is in friend circle, or whether it is at home. Be the leader who influences by leading with example.
Yeah.
With yourself.
Yeah, there's one question which has come up by Shailaja Garg. She says that once I'm unable to attain ideal pose, then how will it merge with the universe?
Now, what happens typically when you do asanas? You assume a pose, a posture. When you assume a posture, with great practice, it becomes effortless. Once you reach that effortless stage, that is the time you just simply let go all the thoughts and your focus is on holding the posture. So from the core to the periphery, you become one and united. You're not a divided person, your heart and your mind. Your thoughts translate into awareness because you're holding a posture. Now, when you hold a posture for long, tolerance and patience grows as attribute into you. When tolerance and patience grows as attribute into you, the strength required for holding the posture makes you tenacious and resilient too. Your ability to focus and concentrate improves in each posture that you hold longer and longer and longer. And you know, while we see somebody, while we look at people holding postures, we don't see any dynamism there. But the person who's holding the posture within realizes the dynamism and enjoys the challenge of holding it longer and longer and the capability of it. So you become saksham, you become samarth, you get santulit, and you get into with yoga, you become submissive, samarpan, and then comes sankalpa. With sankalpa comes shrishti and samruddhi. So yoga makes you leader in every walk of life, beginning with asanas. Of course, yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dhyana, samadhi are also important. But you can go to them when you self-discipline yourself, and with your postures, you make your body subservient, then your mind becomes subservient. And this is without the aspect of wanting to control it. There is nothing out there or within you which needs to be controlled. It needs to be watched. Be in charge and you'll be balanced and regulated. Be in charge and the equilibrium will happen. Confluence will happen, confluence of energies. Ganga will come from here, Yamuna will come from here. They will meet at a point in Prayag and Saraswati will be born. New identities, new entities will be born. Then congruence of your geometry with the sacred geometry will happen. Alignment, the oneness there. Also prefrontal cortex consonance will happen with all the living beings. And limbic resonance happens with the whole universe. You begin to understand the language of the sun, the moon, the stars, when you're deep in silence and deep in a meditative frame of mind. The whole mindfulness angle of the West is all sham. It is mindlessness. Empty your mind and fill it with the light of awareness. Empty the junk of thoughts and fill it with the light of awareness, consciousness, light of being. Your being will become becoming, your being will become seeing.
So it is, the Upanishads have mentioned about a state known as a mani bhava.
Mani bhava.
A mani bhava, that is non-mind state. So
man is full of complications.
Yes.
Aman. The word aman means peace, because where there is man, there is no peace. And you know, I'd written these lines sometime behind. मनुष्य वो जो मन का मारा, जो प्रकृति से पूरा होता है, योग प्रकृति से पूरा होता है, वो पुरुष होता है। जो पुरुष होता है वो पूरक होता है, कंप्लीट। जो पूरक पुरुष होता है वो उत्तम होता है, शायद वही पुरुषोत्तम राम होता है। And this Rama means not the Rama that we know only, Rama that comes in every yug, including me. I consider myself as Rama.
Wow.
I'm looking out for my Sita. No, I'm already married, but Rama को उल्टा करो तो अमर होता है।
हाँ.
और जब अमृत की धारा सहस्त्रा से लेके मूल धारा तक का सफर करती है, तो वो करुणा की राधा बन के लौट आती है। सो राधा धारा, रामा अमृत, हरे राम, राम राम हरे हरे, हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे.
Yeah.
This makes you complete in every sense of a well-rounded human being. तो योग दर्शन से लेके, from philosophy से लेके, it translates into making a Purushottam. Now Purushottam doesn't mean male. Purusharth means a complete human being.
Yes. So there is one question asked by Anita Lashkare, who says how yoga helps in personality development.
So I just spoke about when asanas bring you patience, tolerance, then strengthening you, your core, your confidence, then resilience, tenacity, and in submissiveness, in samarpan, you get balance, santulan. In samarpan and santulan, you get vision, clarity. So confusions dissolve and clarity arises. Complexities dissolve and your sight becomes a vision. Your eyesight becomes a vision. So yoga helps you clarify your being within, clarify your environment outside, and it joins you, integrates you with everything animate, inanimate about the universe.
Yes. And so Mr. Ramakrishnan says that, are you saying just holding a posture effortlessly leads to no mind state with no further efforts to samadhi?
So, postures is step number 1. So different postures bring you different attribute, and teleporting through the postures, transcending the postures. And eventually when you come in Padmasana, that is where Urdhagaman happens. So generally we are being pulled by the gravity and we are getting depleted in our energy. But when you let go it all, relax your spine, spine straight, head relaxed, body relaxed, eyes shut, and when you dissolve as your being. So when your avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, and abhinivesha, they all dissolve. That is the time, the state of no-mindness, samadhi, bliss, ananda, light of awareness begins to grow simultaneously. Influence of that makes you deeper, gets you deeper into that state, and the memory of that keeps bringing you back every day to practice it, to be it, to observe it, and to become it.
Wow, truly insightful. So, Mr. Ramakrishnan, I hope your question is answered. Shailaja Garg has a question, and she says that that we can we challenge anatomical and age limitations while practicing yoga?
Yogis who have completely reached there, the ultimate, they have the capability to get dug inside a grave, shut it up, and live without light, air, water, fire for as many years at will, just on ether akasha. Akasha has the potential to hold life if you have trained your akasha, if you are aware of your akasha, if your akasha has become buoyant. With that principle of Pancha Mahabhuta being stimulated and balanced, your doshas being balanced, you can literally stall your aging and begin to reverse it gradually. It's a tightrope walk, but it is possible. Ayurveda says, Vata, Pitta, Kapha. जब बिगड़ेगी आपकी वात तो लग जाएगी आपकी वात. जब उत्तेजित हो जाएगा आपका चित्त तो बिगड़ेगा आपका पित्त। ये दो चीज याद रख के चलना। और योग में, आसन में, प्रत्याहार में ये सारे जितने हमारे वात पित्त कफ के दोष है वो यूनिदोषी हो जाते हैं, संतुलित हो जाते हैं, इक्विलिब्रियम आ जाता है, होम्योस्टेसिस आती है, और उससे हम इक्वानिमिटी आती है, हम शरीर के ऊपर उठ जाते हैं।
And so there's one question by Vinay Pawar who says, how would you interpret yoga as moksha pravartak? So the relationship between yoga and moksha.
देखिए, मोक्ष और निर्वाण बहुत बड़े शब्द हैं। हम शायद जन्मों जन्मों की तलाश के बाद आज यहाँ पहुंचे हैं जहां मोक्ष की बात फिर कर रहे हैं। सो इट इज अ प्रोसेस। जैसे दही बनने में 12 घंटे लगते हैं, बच्चा आने में 9 महीने लगते हैं, तो मोक्ष और निर्वाण का भी एक प्रोसेस है, एक कर्व है जहां पर आप परिधि से हटके केंद्रित हो जाते हो और वो केंद्र पे टिक पाते हो। So withdrawing from the circumference where you keep spinning and stopping at the center when you become still. So from ocean you come to the lake. So life is seldom a lake, it is more an ocean, and ocean is always in motion. So life, sanskara, sanskriti, kirti, karya, karma, ये सारे motions हैं। वहां से हटके जब हम आनंदा में आते हैं, सब वैराग्य करके छोड़ के और उसमें आनंदित रहते हैं, तो हमारे काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मोह, मद, माया, मत्सर से हमको छुटकारा मिलता है। और छुटकारा हम छोड़ते नहीं है, वो छूट जाता है। जैसे वो गाना है ना, शीशा हो या दिल आखिर में टूट जाता है, वैसे ये काम, क्रोध, लोभ, मोह छूट जाता है, छूट जाते हैं। तो योग में, योग की प्रक्रिया में सारी चीजें छूट जाती है, क्योंकि हम स्वयं में स्थित हो जाते हैं, स्वयं में उपस्थित हो जाते हैं, स्वयं में होना जानते हैं, और स्वयं को होने देने की प्रक्रिया में हम भागीदार बन जाते हैं।
Wow. So how to change the thought process through yoga is a question asked by Uday.
Uday means sunrise.
Yeah.
we don't try to change the thought process in yoga. No. आप साक्षी बन जाओ. Watch the thoughts that are coming in. See, you must see a child playing and doing mischief, a small child. Watch from far till the child gets your attention. Once the child becomes attentive of your attention, automatically disruption happens and he stops doing the wrong things. So watching your thoughts, don't entertain your thoughts. When you go to a party, you meet people and you meet 20,000 people there. But what happens, instead of meeting people, you just watch them as a witness and don't connect with them. So they will not come and greet you. So don't greet your thoughts. Don't attend to them. Then they will latch on. Watch them come, watch them go. Watch them come, watch them go. And if you become that watcher, automatically there'll be space and gaps between the thoughts that you will realize. Then the space and the gaps become larger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And that is how you get free from them. किसी चीज को कंट्रोल या चेंज करने की कोशिश मत करो, हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, हम तो सिर्फ मनुष्य हैं। भगवान भी चेंज नहीं करता, वो सिर्फ दृष्टा है, उसके देखने में ही परिवर्तन होता है, उसके देखने से ही हम रूपांतरित हो जाते हैं, और उसकी नजर को हमारी तरफ खींचने के लिए हमारी नजर केंद्रित होनी चाहिए। अगर हम दृष्टा बन गए तो दृष्टा के साथ नजर मिल जाएगी, भगवान के साथ मिलन हो जाएगा।
Beautiful, beautiful.
संगम हो जाएगा।
Yeah, yeah. So Mr. Ramakrishna has a comment. He says, wonderful golden practical sutras for living yoga in our lives 24/7. Miki Mehta ji, I bow to you. So the students have...
I bow to you, everybody, because of which I am flowing. You become the reason of my flow. So whenever I flow, I keep bowing to this world.
So thank you, Miki sir. for such a enlightening session. And I hope that the answers, the questions which our participants have asked, they have been answered. And I hope that will change our perception towards life. So thank you, Mickey sir, once again.
Thank you. Lastly, I'd like to say that with yoga, you can get energized, maximized, optimized, naturalized, internalized, eternalized, evolutionized, revolutionized, humanized, immunized, revitalized, all negativity neutralized. With Dr. Mickey Mehta, get hypnotized, mesmerized, to get Mickey Mind.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I thank the Mumbai University, and I thank Madhvi for thinking about me. And I bless you, I pray for you, and I pray for all the yoga practitioners out there that may we all grow and become stars in the sky and shine upon the world and bring the world out of darkness.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Over to you, Vrushali.
Yeah, thank you, Madhvi. And thank you so much, Dr. Mehta. Your expertise in holistic healing and fitness is legendary. This has been a truly a wonderful start to the seminar. The insights by our inaugural speakers have been just amazing. I now request Dr. Suchitra Tazne, Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Vrushali. I, Dr. Sujitra Tazne, thanks organizer for giving me this opportunity of vote of thanks. Let me thanks first Dr. Madhusudan Penna. I give thanks from my core of heart to Dr. Madhusudan Penna, in charge Vice Chancellor, Kavikulaguru Kalidas Sanskrit University, Nagpur, for his inaugural speech. I especially thanks to our special guest, Mickey Mehta, for his special remarks with question and answer on wellness and enlightening us on our health. Then I thanks Dr. Ganesh Rao, founder of ACT Yoga and chief advisor, for his keynote address. And a memorable thanks to all the audience, without whom this seminar would not have been fruitful. Now, it's my prime duty to thank the technical team who have provided this online platform for this seminar. Thanks to all once again. And over to you, Vrushali.
Thank you, Dr. Tazne. With this, we conclude our inaugural session. We will now continue to session 1 of the seminar. I request Ajay Painsi to please take over. Ajay?
Thank you, Vrushali, madam. We will start the next session, next academic session, in 2 to 3 minutes. Namo Namaha. I welcome you all to the first academic session of this scholarly gathering. In this session, we have three distinguished personalities to share their wisdom on our conference theme, that is Yoga, Theory and Practice. To chair this session, we have Dr. Ganesh Rao sir, an eminent scholar of yoga. In the inaugural session, Dr. Shakuntala Gowde madam has briefly introduced Dr. Ganesh Rao sir, and through his keynote address, we have already witnessed his scholarship and authoritativeness on the topic. Moreover, he made us ponder on the various aspects of yoga. With his permission, I would like to start the session. Ganesh Rao sir, can we please start?
Dr. Painse, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I request all scholarly speakers and inquisitive audience to note that questions will be taken at the end of the session. Our first speaker is Dr. Sharmila Virkar madam, who works as a professor in the Department of Philosophy, University of Mumbai. She has pursued BA, MA and PhD degree in philosophy. She is the chairperson of Research Ethics Committee of Hindustan Unilever Limited, Bangalore, and a member of the Executive Council of Maharashtra Tattvajnan Parishad. 3 students have completed their PhD under her guidance. She has presented research papers in various national and international conferences. She is the recipient of Ideal Teacher Award named Pracharya Shivaji Rao Bhosle Adarsha Shikshak Puraskar in November 2018 and Dr. Suryakant Ghugre Best Research Award in 2021. Today, she is going to present her research on the topic Yoga as Philosophy of Transcendence. I request her to start the presentation. Sharmila Virkar madam.
Thank you, Dr. Painse and Dr. Shakuntala Gowde for extending the invitation. I'm very happy to share my views. I would like to share the screen also, which will facilitate.
Madam, please share the screen.
Sure.
Yes, it is visible.
Basically, the title of my paper is Yoga as Philosophy of Transcendence. The aim here is doublefold. I want to present yoga as philosophy of transcendence and want to highlight that it can be regarded as critical, comparative, and comprehensive way of life. There are certain key terms, but what is most important than key terms is the array of questions. Basically, the paper is intended to those who want to know how is philosophical study of yoga possible. Yoga has been taught for the at least last 2 centuries at various institutes. How will the study, the focus, the stress, the emphasis be different in the higher academic institutions? We call them HEI. That is higher educational institutions, like colleges, universities. What will be the difference between the way it is taught in the institutes dedicated to the pursuit of yoga, theory as well as practice, and the institutes where, along with yoga, many other subjects have been taught in theory as well as practice, but more emphasis is on theory. Second question, how does yoga present philosophy of transcendence? There will be Advaita Vedanta. which is claimed to be the philosophy of transcendence. There will be Vishishtadvaita also, Dvaita, and various other darshanas. Moreover, there will be different ideologies, different religions, which also have the philosophy of transcendence. So how does yoga present philosophy of transcendence and what is the peculiarity? So my paper provides the answers to all these questions. What is critical yoga? Third question. And how does it lead to comprehensive yoga? What is the essence of transcendence? How can the highest state of transcendence be attained? Is the state of transcendence same across all philosophical traditions? What is the significance of yoga as the philosophy of transcendence? The paper, by suggesting a viewpoint, intends to throw light on these concerns. As the title suggests, and I have already clarified, my aim is twofold: to present yoga as philosophy of transcendence and to show how it is critical, comparative, and comprehensive way of life. The study of yoga in the Department of Philosophy may assume any form. It can be hermeneutical. The interpretations of yoga texts can be elucidated, which facilitates understanding and the practice of yoga. It can be analytic. Various concepts involved in the yogic discourse can be analyzed, and the analysis is illuminating. It can be critical. The philosophical study can consider different difficulties, paradoxes, contradictions, which may baffle the seeker at one or the other stage. Intellectual clarity is attained by what may be called critical yoga. The study can be purely mystical. If philosophical study is equated with rational mysticism and mystical experiences, then the studying yoga paves the way and guides precisely for mystical development, as it prescribes a definite way leading to the highest. The study can be symbolic, highlighting symbolism in yoga. It can be an aid in mystical method, or it can be purely aesthetic without any mystical element whatsoever. Philosophical study of yoga can be comparative, conceptually, or practically. To put it differently, we may compare different concepts such as God as conceived in various scriptures on yoga, or different techniques of meditation can also be compared. Most importantly, philosophical study can be synthetic, reconciling various ideas, views, often the opposing ones. Different concepts can be shown to be interconnected. The conceptual links can be established. It may be called comprehensive yoga. It may refer to, as ordinarily understood, to simple practices like asana, pranayama, dhyana, and it can also involve tantric practices which can be occult, complex, intrigued. It can refer to any technique or path leading ultimately to the union of the individual self and the supreme self. The standard analogy is that of salt and water. While studying, or rivers and ocean, while studying, contemplating, practicing the same, several questions regarding yoga do crop up. The questions can be like, is it really the right way to practice Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, and especially Upeksha? What should be the attitude towards apunya? Upeksha? Should apunya be necessarily translated as evil? There can be innumerable questions, and I'm happy that certain questions will be tackled even in this seminar. We will be raising different issues. We will be discussing over 2 days, and later on also different conceptual queries. And all such queries can be undertaken in critical yoga. Various answers, so the attitude here is critical. Various answers are provided, solutions are arrived at in what I call critical yoga. Critical yoga does not at all imply the negative outlook of criticizing the yoga. Critical yoga simply means considering yoga deeply with faith. Faith is an essential component in the yoga system. Critical yoga does not lay exclusive emphasis on faith, nor does it exclude faith, believing that faith and reason are equally important. What is envisaged is the synthesis of faith and reason. Critical attitude with comparative thought ultimately culminates in comprehensive outlook. I repeat because this is the gist of the paper. Critical attitude with comparative thought ultimately culminates in comprehensive outlook to life. Those who are familiar with R.D. Ranade and his rational mysticism will be reminded of him as a philosopher in whose works, whether it is constructive survey of Upanishadic philosophy or whether it is Bhagavad Gita as the philosophy of God realization or Vedanta as the culmination of Indian philosophy, what we find is critical attitude with comparative thought and ultimately it culminates in comprehensive outlook to life. But of course, he is an Advaitin, and here we are speaking of yoga, so I have not included his philosophical references here. I intend to assert the same thing, that yoga is the philosophy of transcendence. In fact, because for a common man, it is difficult, if not impossible, to reach in one life the highest goal of Advaita. Yoga is open for all. It can be conceived as a stepping stone to Advaitic realization. So keeping a lay person, I have made here the claim that yoga is the philosophy of transcendence. All may not be eligible, capable, understanding and having the Advaitic realization. So I repeat, the stepping stone can be yoga, the dualistic, if not pluralistic philosophy, because it includes three principles, Purusha, Prakriti, and Purusha Vishesha, or Purushottama is the word used in the Bhagavad Gita, Uttama Purushastvanyaha. Here we speak of Ishvara, which is regarded as Klesha Karma Vipakashahi Aparamrushtaha. So it is different from Purusha, and in that sense, I will say pluralistic. The point is that this kind of pluralistic understanding is comprehensive, it includes everyone. So even if Advaitam Paramarthataha, Advaita, it also promotes the comprehensive outlook to life. Therefore, my title does not include the word the here. The is included here. Because what I think is this is the peculiarity of yoga, darshana, as different from Advaitic darshana. In Advaita, eligibility is emphasized. Adhikari is a very important concept. It's not open for all and sundry. Whereas here you will find yoga is open for everyone. And therefore, keeping in mind the common interests of all, we find that yoga is the philosophy of transcendence. But strictly speaking, it is not the philosophy. It can be presented as philosophy of transcendence. Encyclopedia Britannica mentions that transcendence is going beyond a limit or surpassing a boundary, whereas immanence is remaining within or existing within the confines of a limit. The original Latin word is transcendia, which means to move beyond, and is usually juxtaposed to the word immanent, derived from the Latin root in maniere, that is to stay within. Patanjali's program of clarification involving yoking or sublimating all our energies to the process of awakening. Each part of this program, I'm quoting, although interdependent with every other part, addresses a different level of personhood. The aim here is not of academic argumentation. As Aurobindo points out, that the Gita is not a weapon for dialectic warfare. So also yoga is not a system. I have just applied what Aurobindo has said about the Gita to yoga. As Aurobindo points out that the Gita is not a weapon for dialectic warfare, so also yoga is not a system to be defended or refuted academically. It is not meant for the same. Yet, in the Department of Philosophy or in universities, we have to do it. But it can also be used for realization, which is its basic purpose. So, yoga, theory, and practice is very significant theme that has been selected for the seminar. It is meant for realization, but questions are possible at this stage. In the words of Dinah Baptiste, Yoga Sutras is a layered and multifaceted body of work that leaves with more questions than answers. Critical yoga thus can help such seekers to clarify the muddy ground, if any, and can facilitate samadhi and even kaivalya during his lifespan. My point is that the detailed study of yoga leads to what may be called beyond yoga. Thus, in philosophy, with critical, actually, I had delivered one of the lectures on 21st of June, either in 2015 or 16, most probably 15 in our department on yoga day, and the theme chosen was beyond yoga. Thus, in philosophy with critical, and the same point was maintained that there is a need to transcend the yoga, that is philosophy of transcendence. Thus, in philosophy with critical questions, we proceed considering, comparing, contrasting several perspectives, arriving ultimately at the culmination of kaivalya. It is the ideal of human life. It is the stage of transcendence, which is said to be the Samambodham in Sankhya Yoga systems and in the Bhagavad Gita. Yoga spells out the meaning and nature of transcendence, emphasizing ways and means to attain the same. Therefore, it can be regarded as philosophy of transcendence. It has been observed, we do get the references online I have given, that we can speak of consciousness transcendence in yoga. The altered states of consciousness, the evolved consciousness, the ordinary consciousness of duality, multiplicity, diversity, plurality, variety gets transcended when discriminatory discernment or viveka khyati is attained. Let us start with the description of transcendence. It is sensory transcendence as well. Sense perception is limited as objects and senses have limitations. But as asserted throughout Vibhuti-pada, ordinary limits get transcended. What is ordinarily neither perceptible in practice nor in principle gets perceived. The experiences over and above routine, mundane experiences. The experience of deepest recesses of life are common at this stage. There is semantic transcendence in the sense terms are realized to be inadequate for describing the profound experiences, and basically the experiences are realized to be ineffable, indefinable, indescribable. It can be epistemic. This is now what I have quoted. All the other consciousness or experience or semantic transcendence has been spoken of. I have cited those references, and this is something which is my contribution. We can also, I think, speak of epistemic transcendence, metaphysical transcendence, ethical transcendence, and socio-spiritual transcendence. Usual sequence is ethical, social, and spiritual. Now, we always speak of ethical problems, for example, or ethical dimensions, social aspects, and spiritual aspects, dimensions, concerns. But here, what I think is a seeker ultimately reaches such a stage where the spirit is realized not only in oneself, but in everyone around due to Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, Upeksha, techniques, ahimsadi yamas, and niyamas. Actually, we all of us, the students and teachers of yoga, know it very well that ethical and social norms are integrated so well that she or he is the source of values. Let us consider each type of transcendence in details, referring to the Yoga Sutras. Epistemic transcendence. The conventional categories of truth and falsity, validity and invalidity get transcended at the highest level of yogic development. The concepts like prasankhya, vivekakhyati, all these, belong to Yoga Sutras. I've given the sutra numbers also in the references. Pratnya, Rutambhara Pratnya, Jnana, or Shabdartha Jnana, Jnana Dipti, Drashta, Jnata, Vishesha Darshina are the terms suggesting epistemic transcendence. This is the level of highest knowledge, pure knowledge, knowledge par excellence. It is beyond all pairs of opposites, like truth and falsity, validity and invalidity. It is so comprehensive that it includes the knowledge of the past as well as future. Present is obviously known, even without sense organs. Nayayikas call it Yogaja Pratyaksha. It involves, and it is regarded as alaukika. It involves the knowledge of the language of all beings, Sarva Bhuta Ruta Jnanam. It is free from all sorts of vrittis, pramana, viparyaya, vikalpanidra, smriti. Then we can speak of, in the next place, metaphysical transcendence. Metaphysics reveals the ultimate truth as opposed to the appearances. The highest stage in yogic development enables one to see one's own nature without any specific property, quality, attribute, nature. It is seen as nothing but consciousness. Both Vishaya as well as Gunavaitrushnya indicate the transcendence of empirical material world of objects. It is going beyond what is finite and relative. The point is that it can be attained here and now, at least a glimpse is possible for each and everyone. Ethical transcendence. It implies freedom from afflictions or kleshas. Karmas at this stage are neither Shukla nor Krishna. The point is that actions at this stage need to be viewed differently. The result of Viveka Khyati is Dharma Megha Samadhi. Dharma Megha, Dharma assumes the form of a cloud, and virtue, merit, goodness dawns and sets standards for others. It's the source of morality, virtue. Thus, the conventional do's and don'ts will not be applicable. This is the stage of ethical transcendence. Socio-spiritual transcendence. Though Patanjali does not refer to the society, state, polity, these terms are not used by him like society, state, polity. The reference to the others is intended in all the 5 yamas as stated above, the practice of which presupposes others. The same is true of Maitri Karunadi techniques. These cannot be conceived unless others exist. Thus, the social concern is embedded in Patanjali Yoga, but what is most important is that Vishesha Darshina gets endowed with special vision or insight to note micro as well as macro details of whatever is perceived and even non-perceived. Since there is total renunciation of Atma Bhava Bhavana, Vinivritti is the sutra, there is the merging of individuality and collectivity. This may be called socio-spiritual transcendence. This is the reason why we have not considered social transcendence separately, because there is no word which stands for society or polity, all that is presumed. As I have said earlier, social thought is embedded in Patanjali Yoga. So socio-spiritual, the two get mingled so well. They are fused so well that we can speak of only socio-spiritual transcendence. In the next place, let me bring out the significance of yoga as the philosophy of transcendence. In the 20th century, We have seen the areas like philosophy of science, philosophy of language, philosophy of religion, philosophy of mathematics, philosophy of history, philosophy of law, philosophy of art. All these have been developed so well. Philosophy of consciousness is another important domain. Thus, each area of knowledge needs to be philosophized. Similarly, each super specialized area also needs to be philosophized. The demand is met in case of, say, philosophy of peace. Peace studies have been carried out at various centers established by UGC long back. Much more needs to be done. And areas like philosophy of transcendence need to be developed academically, considering, comparing, contrasting various issues in each system. The idea of transcendence runs through Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Ashtavakra Gita, Dhammapada, Bible, Quran. It is referred to as Brahmisthiti or self-realization. It is the state of self-transcendence in its ethical as well as spiritual sense, which is intended at all places and at all times. Desirelessness, conquering senses and mind, egolessness, selflessness, tranquility, equanimity are essential aspects of this state. It is characterized by non-attachment, non-violence, and non-avarice. The peculiarity of Yoga Sutras is that it is permissive in its approach. Its liberal way is obvious by the use of the word va, means or. Ishwar Pranidhana Dva and all the other 6 techniques which are prescribed with the word va. For example, yatha bhimata dhyana dva. So again, va has been used. Either this or the other alternative modes are always stated clearly, emphatically, and gracefully. This is the broad-mindedness or open-mindedness which is known right from the Vedas as Ano Bhadraha Kratavo Yantu Vishwataha. The point is that it is essential to note that there is always the choice. Though the path of knowledge is only for those who are eligible, the path of action, devotion, meditation, and the merging of all these paths are open for all. As pointed out by B.K.S. Iyengar, Ishvara is divinity in a general and non-denominational sense. Ishvara includes various concepts of divinity. People with diverse potentials can take up the path of their choice, can practice the way they choose, and attain the same state of transcendence. Same goal will be reached by using different paths. Bhagavad Gita asserts the non-difference between Sankhya and Yoga when the goal is attained. Whereas Acharya Vinoba Bhave points out to the resemblance in Buddhistic ideal of Nirvana and the ideal of Brahma Nirvana. He has made this point at the end of his book Sthita Prajna Darshana in Marathi, Hindi, Gujarati, or Steadfast Wisdom in English. What he has argued is that just as in the Bhagavad Gita it is stated, Ekam Sankyam cha Yogam cha ya pashyati sa pashyati, in the 5th chapter of the Gita. So also says Vinoba Bhave, Ekam Brahmam cha Shunyam cha ya pashyati sa pashyati. Ekam Brahmam cha Shunyam, because Brahma, which is Shunya, is Purna, and he equates Purna and Shunya. So he points out to the resemblance in the Buddhistic ideal of Nirvana and the ideal of Brahma Nirvana stated in the Gita. In nutshell, the paths initially are different, but culminate in the end and all have the same experience of the transcendence. So the philosophy of transcendence is important, and yoga lays down a definite discipline, eightfold paths, limbs for pursuing the same. The critical, comparative, and comprehensive perspective can help to develop yoga as philosophy of transcendence. So I think I have elaborated everything, but I would like to interact with you. And if you have your questions in mind, please speak about it. And later on also, since my email ID is not very difficult, you can post the questions by email, WhatsApp, whatever mode is convenient for you. But if there are the questions at this juncture, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. We will take question answer session at the end of this session.
Yes, fine.
Thank you, madam, for starting the academic session by sharing your thoughts on very appropriate topic. Our second speaker is Dr. Ulka Nathu, madam. She has completed her MD and DGO degrees from University of Mumbai. She has completed diploma and advanced diploma in yoga. Currently, she is the director of Nest Hospital, which is situated in Thane region. She is vice chairperson of Yoga Certification Board of Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. She has worked as an expert on yoga for Maternal and Child Health Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Her publications are mostly related to yoga and diabetes. She has received various awards like Yoga Ratna Award, Yoga Mitra Award, Tejaswini Award for her immense contribution in the field of yoga. Indian Medical Association felicitated her by 25th hour award for extraordinary achievement in passion beyond profession in 25th hour of the day. She has delivered many talks as a faculty in national and international conferences. Today, she is going to throw a light on the topic challenges of yoga as therapy. I request her to start her presentation. Dr. Ulka Nathu, madam.
Madam, you are on mute mode.
Sorry, sir. Namo Namaha. Hari Om. I am extremely grateful to the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity and share the stage with stalwarts in the field of yoga. The first session, the inaugural session, we heard Dr. Ganesh Raoji, Dr. Madhusudan Penna, and it was such enlightening session. And after the first 4 lectures, I feel I have finished for the day and let me not talk. But since I have been given the responsibility, I am going to share my views on the limitations of or the challenges of yoga as therapy. Let me move ahead with the presentation. Pranam to Omkar, challenges of yoga therapy. Let me bow down to my Guru, Yogacharya Shri Krishna Vyavahareji, because of whom I am able to talk on the subject of yoga therapy today. The sequence of my presentation is going to be like this. The concept of health, the concept of disease, limitations of modern medicine, concept or definition of yoga, concept of yoga as a therapy tool, utility in modern medicine of yoga therapy, misconceptions and limitations of yoga as therapy, and challenges of yoga therapy, and of course the take-home message. My Paramaguru Yogacharya Paramahansa Swami Satyananda Saraswati mentioned in 60s that yoga is our heritage of yesterday, need of today, and culture of tomorrow. Swami Vivekananda also mentions that materialism can give only world prosperity, while the spiritual science is for eternal life. Materialism and its all miseries can never be conquered by materialism. So, this statement says it all, that the problems which are related to our materialistic viewpoint, which are all psychosomatic diseases, I'm just coming to that, can never be conquered by materialism. So what Vivekananda ji said, that yoga should not remain only a thought movement, but it should be made socially relevant. This statement of Swami Vivekananda motivated my Guru Yogacharya Sri Krishna Vyavahare ji, and because of this, he came out with a lot of thinking process and his wisdom about the yoga therapy, and I'm going to share his views. Yoga, as the yoga lovers and practitioners believe, is an integration and harmony between the thoughts, words, and deeds, an integration between the head, heart, and hands. We all are aware about the definitions of yoga, what yoga is. It's, like the story of that old man who was blind, and the elephant he touches, and the various parts of elephant, he says that is elephant. So something like that. Yoga is skill and efficiency in action, supreme secret of life, control over the modification of chitta, giver of untold happiness. On the definitions of yoga, we can have one conference, but I'm not going into the detail of any of these. The point is yoga a science? Because we've been thinking of yoga in terms of philosophy, let us understand it from that perspective. But I'm going to put up the perspective of a doctor, medical doctor, sometime later. Yoga is nothing but a journey from information to transformation, and we've been listening to it right from morning. It's a journey from knowledge to wisdom. What is yoga in scientific language? If we treat it as a scientific experiment on self, then what? It has to have a methodology, like how you are conducting an experiment in the scientific laboratory. It has to have a methodology, and it has to have an endpoint. So endpoint from the yoga perspective is union either with the Paramatman, or dissociation, that is viyoga, that is with your body image, that is your Deha Bhava. So a dissociation from Deha Bhava and a union with the Atma Bhava is nothing but the endpoint. The concept of health as per the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, Yoga Vasishtha, and Bhagavad Gita, will see in short. The health according to Patanjali is tada drashtu swarupe avasthanam. All of us are very much aware of this definition. Yoga Vasishtha says, Adi Vyadi Vinirmuktam Santushtam Yasya Manasam. It is such a difficult definition, I tell you. If you think of satisfaction and contentment, one has to really go to the depth of our inner mind, our inner self, as to understand what is this to be santushta. So a person who's free from the physical disease, not only free from that, but also from the psychosomatic disease, that is Adi, and has satisfied and a contented mind, only can be called a healthy person. Bhagavad Gita says, Prasade sarva dukkhanam hani rasyopajayate prasanna chetaso yashu buddhi pari avatishthate. So we all understand this definition also. So now what is the concept of disease as per Bhagavad Gita? After this 65th verse in the second chapter, in the 66th verse of Bhagavad Gita, there is definition of being unhealthy. What is it? It says, Nasti buddhiri yuktasya nacha yuktasya bhavana nacha bhavayata shanti ashantasya kuta sukham. If one is not satisfied, not quiet from within, from where can he be healthy or can get sukha? Yoga Vasishtha and Patanjali have their own interpretations of being unhealthy. Yoga Vasishtha says, Adhayo vagi vyadhaya shaiva dvayam dukkhasya karanam. What is the reason for being dukkhi? The cause of pain is unhappiness and uneasiness. the healing by medicine is pleasure and total annihilation is liberation. So I'm not going to the detail, but he says the etiology for all this is asamam vahatit prane nadya yanto visamstitim. Sorry for the typing error. It says when the vital airs breathe irregularly and the nerves are deranged in the same way, as if it is the misrule of the king, which puts the laws of the rim like the Varnashrama Dharma into disorder. But simple. So it is either the ajirnatva, atijirnatva or kujirnatva of prana, asama distribution of the pranic energy, which is responsible for disease. Something similar, Swami Vivekananda says. He says, a wave in the ocean must be at the cost of hollow elsewhere. I'm not going into the detail of this Vasishtha analysis of Vyadhis, that is Adija and Anadija Vyadhi. What is most important for us to understand is being involved in worldly activities gets us disturbed and agitated. And it is this stupid mind which goes and flows at speed of God knows what. It just cannot be controlled. And it is this speed of mind which is responsible for the Kshobha. But Vasishtha also reassures that with power, will, intellect, and certain techniques, mind can be controlled skillfully. Even Gita assures us Abhyasa and Vairagya definitely are the means to control the mind. And why is control of mind important as far as the control of diseases is important? We'll come to it soon. Some Dr. Ganesh Rao also mentioned about Vyadhi and how it is important for Patanjali. And these are Heya, Heya, Hetu, Hana and Hanupaya. That means there is Heya, there is Dukkha. The Dukkha is from the metaphysical and from the philosophical point of view. It is this Dukkha that is this the suffering in the world. And there is a cause of pain, that is avidya, attachment. We've been talking about it since morning. Freedom from Dukkha, that is equally important. That is what we are craving for. No, nobody likes to be unhappy. Why? Because our inner core is of that of Ananda. We are Ananda Swarupa. We don't like to be unhappy, not even physically, not even mentally, not even emotionally, nothing. So we just want to be, happy, and we just want we are running after the happiness or Ananda. So freedom from Dukkha is our right. That is freedom or relief from suffering. Then treatment of suffering. For that, what do you have to do? You have to do Abhyasa, Vairagya, Kriya Yoga, and to achieve this Viveka Khyati. That is what is important. What is the concept of modern medicine? Now, this is totally 180-degree opposite. The causes of disease are many. It says there are psychosomatic causes, there are infections which are responsible, there is trauma, there are congenital causes. By birth, there are hereditary factors responsible. There are some environmental factors responsible. Malignancy can be one of the cause of suffering, uneasiness, and iatrogenic. That is what is hospital-acquired infections. Even if you are admitted for some reason to the hospital, it is the hospital or nosocomial infections. The hospital gives you the infection, rather than treating you. Hospital gives you the gift of infection. So this is something which is very, very different from what we have thought of suffering in the philosophical point of view. And the treatment modality which was thought was medicines, surgery, or prevention of disease by means of vaccination. Now, what is our job? Modern science cannot provide an answer for everything. In spite of all the modern advances in the treatment, while the lifespan has increased, man has not become immortal at all anywhere in the world. People are now dying at an older age of a different set of diseases, and the most prominent among them being the hypertension, heart disease, stroke, complications of diabetes, and cancer. Those are called the non-communicable diseases or NCDs. What is the reason for this? The reason is because there is not a single identifiable factor. I cannot say that, yes, you have high blood pressure because of stress in life, or you have high blood pressure because of hereditary factors, or high BP because you have consumed some medicine, the side effect of which is high blood pressure. So point is, there is not a single clearly identifiable reason or the factor. And our new disorders, which I just described to you, are the result of slow accumulation of damage over decades. The damage is inflicted silently by an unhealthy lifestyle, of which mental stress is a major accompaniment. So, what are the limitations of modern medicine? Why are we looking at yoga as some science or something which we can relieve us of our sufferings? I'm talking of only physical suffering. I have not yet come to the subject of our adhyatmik or adidaivika suffering as such. So, escalating cost of medicines, unpredictable outcome of the medical treatment, iatrogenic disease, which I just talked to you about. Technology at times can prove injurious rather than being helpful. Problem of multiple drug resistance and difficulty to treat diseases which have multiple factors responsible for development of disease. If I treat one cause, there is other cause present there which can always exacerbate the disease. Commercialization of our noble profession. Modern medicine makes the patient a passive recipient of the treatment. It does not consider the spirit behind every cell in the body. And sometimes other systems of healing are considered as disparate and antagonistic. See, the doctors, I'm very sorry to say this, but sometimes the scientific world and the world of the spirituality, instead of coming together, they have an antagonistic attitude to each other, which is what does not help the patients in their healing process. So why don't we look for a strategy which can treat my patient with a superb lifestyle? It can give a prescription of a superb lifestyle. At the same time, it can help my patients to provide an ability to handle the stress more effectively, and which can give lasting mental space. So yoga is not a quick fix for the health, but let me assure you that it may hold surprises for those who are willing to make the effort. So it is only the abhyasa, consistency in your practices, which is going to benefit you. So yoga, as we know, has a tradition of more than 5,000 years, and roots can be traced back to even the pre-Vedic period. Yoga was being practiced in good old days by selected few people to achieve kaivalya, and trust my words, only those who were healthy were practicing the yoga, science of yoga. But now the situation, unfortunately, has come to this stage that only the unhealthy ones are landing up with the yogic practices. Moksha, liberation, atmajnana was the aim. So now what are the indications of yoga for healing? The ABCD has changed, you all know this. A for acidity, B for blood pressure. This list can go till Z. I am just cutting it short because of short of time. So how, when we are using yoga as therapy, are we using it as an alternative therapy or complementary therapy or a supplementary therapy? I always like to compare it with the policy of our insurance, because the benefits which are derived out of yogic practices need to be proved to the common man, and research on yoga can be described as an insurance policy. Why? Because rich, who are spiritually rich, do not need it to be proved, and poor, which have the poor health, need to put in a lot of premium in the form of their efforts to prove it, and they can't afford it. So basically, It's like an insurance policy, how you look at it, whether it is useful for you or whether it is not useful for you. The true fact of life is science of yoga never originated as means of therapy. Nowhere we find disease-wise information of yoga in ancient texts. Discussions about diseases and remedies occur in the scripts as only passing reference, and even then, yoga is being used for controlling and managing the diseases or minimizing the suffering. So you see these references are there in yogic texts like the Jara Marana Nashanam, Sarva Vyadhi Vinashanam, then Pranayamat Roga Nashanam, Sarva Roga Kshayo Bhavet. So these are the descriptions, but nowhere is there any disease-wise description given as part of yoga therapy. Harati Sakala Roganam, Pidyatina Saharogena. So these are all just the passing references. Yoga therapy gives a consideration to the social environmental factors along with the diet, habits, and belief of the beneficiary. Yoga sadhaka here is an active participant and not a passive recipient like the modern medicine, where it's just consuming the medicines or undergoing the surgery. So the recovery starts from within. It increases the morale and the confidence of the beneficiary. It becomes effective in treating the chronic disorders. It helps in balancing the neuroendocrine mechanism, which is a true harmony. In fact, it gets established. So it is more of a preventive aspect than curative. Regular yogic practices help to reduce the intensity of our response to our suffering. It brings a better adaptability. Disease-induced fear syndrome is taken care of. So it has no side effects if done under proper guidance. Interpersonal relationship improves, and as was discussed some time back, it improves the personality. It is cost effective. I'm not going into the detail of how they bring about the effect. So what is the aim of therapy? The aim is to bring an enhancement in the response to the modern medicine. So it is sort of a complementary. It recognizes the area of tension and relaxes. So it brings a non-chemical tranquilizing effect, like say, for example, your mantras and japa and nada yoga, etc. It turns the psychophysiological apparatus to reduce the daily tensions, prevents the damage and promotes the health. Now, what are the limitations? The limitations are it does not take care of the patients in suffering in accidents or in poisoning or in acute conditions. Now let us come to challenges. The challenge is to face the misconceptions which are related to the mind of the sufferer about the yoga therapy. Once they turn to yoga as therapy module, their expectation is yoga is a cure-all medicine. And it is actually not so. It has its limitations, as we have just discussed. Point is, people try out yoga when all other therapies have failed, and yoga is not a medicine. Trust me, it is not developed for the therapy point of view. The purpose and aim of practicing yoga is totally different. We are using the side effects of yogic practices for the therapy purpose. So let us not try out yoga when other therapies have failed. Beneficiary expects to get a magic cure by joining the course of yoga for a few days. So culturing the yogic attitude is necessary for the expected desired results. Yoga therapy cannot be forced on anybody. Allow sufficient time to remove the old habits and implant the new ones. Asanas or the yogic postures are only considered as yoga by people. It is not so. Yoga, as we have been, it is being hammered on our mind that it is a lifestyle, and asanas are used to prepare the body and mind for the yogic practices. So the beneficiary needs to understand this, and the yoga teacher needs to imbibe this on the mind of the beneficiary. So only it is a concept that only retired people have free time, and so they can practice yoga. And now I don't have time because I have a very busy schedule. It is not so. And alert and vigilant living itself is sadhana. Dr. Rao has has taught us in the morning what is the difference in sadhana and what is the difference in learning it as a science. So don't be under the impression that you have to, practice it as course or whatever. So don't treat yogic practice as a course of antibiotics. I have done a course of 3 months and still I am not getting all right. It is nothing like that. Yoga needs to be practiced for lifetime. As we just said, it is a methodized effort to self-perfection. So accept it as a lifestyle. Swamiji says, practicing asanas is like kg of your yogic practices, but imbibing the principles and accepting it as a lifestyle can only convert it to your yogi. So you let yoga be practiced as yoga vidya and not as only a physical practice of yoga. So even if a person is not physically able to carry out the practice of asanas, still by this definition he can practice yoga. Do not perform practices. See, now because of the limitation of the physical limitations everyone has in attending the conference or attending the class, we all are learning by the online module. That's a different story. But there has to be an efficient teacher who can see you online also properly, find out the mistakes if you are doing, and then especially while doing Kapalbhati or any Kriyas. Treatment of other pathies has to be stopped is one concept, that I will stop all my allopathy medication once I'm on yoga therapy. No, it should not be done. The challenge is, convincing people that yes, do not stop your regular treatment. The regular treatment, the dosages automatically will, reduce once you practice the sadhana properly. Asanas are practiced as dynamic exercise, and there is no difference in physiotherapy or going to a gym and performing asanas. Don't do it like that. Finally, it is the involvement, the dedication, the urge, the desire and consistency in your practice which is more important than anything else. There is nothing like what can I do to reduce the size of my fibroids or reduce the size of the ovarian cyst or endometriosis. Oh, madam, what can I do for having a normal delivery? Nothing like that. So, I try and understand the essence of the whole system and the concept. The concept of, I don't have time right now to go into the detail of all this. See, it is the culturing of the emotions, this center, the hypothalamus and the pituitary gland, which is why all these hormones on the right side come under control, and the growth hormone, which is the maintenance department of your body, which comes under control, and that is a reason of Jara, Marana, Nashanam. Now let us go fast, very fast. I don't have time. Now I just want to tell you that after you practice, the arrows are going up and then you reach the point of the spirituality. So you reach the subtle, unseen, unmanifest and micro level after practicing at the gross, seen, manifest and the macro level. So now yoga provides a philosophical framework to stage of acceptance. So firstly, whether it is legitimate yoga to use for prevention and treatment is the valid question asked by medicals. Second, whether the watered down version of yoga should be used in medicine can really be called yoga. That is one more question, challenge. And finally, whether the illness is the right reason for getting initiated into yoga. See, these are all the stalwarts like Herbert Benson, Deepak Chopra, Dean Ornish, Larry Dossey, Dr. Nagaratna, Dr. Bijlani, all people who have motivated us to be in the field of yoga, and they are using it as a therapeutic science too. But finally, the ultimate aim has to be to go to the unseen. So the challenges are faced by the therapist. The challenges are faced by the patient and by the situation. So last two slides, the concept of universal integrity of minds is the basis of philosophy which has to be accepted by both the therapist and beneficiary, which is very difficult. Concept of Atma Shakti or Adhyatma Shakti, it is the basis for treating the various disorders, and that has to be understood. This Shakti cannot be measured or shown as the physical presence, And this can be judged only by the person with experience and logic. So concept of prana shakti has to be understood by the therapist, which is very difficult. So if the therapist is able to establish a link between the universal mind, only then he or she will have the capacity to treat the person. It means only Atma Sakshatkari can be a therapist. So if you and I are claiming to be the therapists, I think we should think twice. As was mentioned in the morning, sadhana by the practitioner is a must if you are going to be yoga therapist. The flow can be only from high level to low level. You cannot expect a flow of energy from the low level to high level. So yoga therapy does not have a system of its own diagnosis. Spiritual healing considers concept of pranamaya kosha and sapta chakras for the diagnosis and treatment. So unless and until you are an expert in this field, you cannot act as a purely therapist. So you as therapist have to be consistent with your sadhana, and he should not be, the therapist cannot afford to be sinful or jealous. He should be full of empathy to act like a therapist. It is very difficult to get a therapist of such high degree, and it is very difficult to get a highly recipient beneficiary. So science of yoga therapy, according to me, cannot be taken lightly at all. The challenges for the patient are the multifactorial etiology of diseases, demanding lifestyle, lack of time, lack of faith by the patient, too much commercial attitude. If I'm paying this much, I should get this much. Like, the relief or the response, bad food habits by the beneficiary, expectation of yoga capsule for limited time, no interest in understanding the philosophy is also a limitation as far as the response to treatment is concerned. The situation challenges the beneficiary is far off, and you are trying to give the treatment too much advanced and too much expectations from the therapist in the organ affected situation, and diseases related to trauma, poisoning. People expect miracles. That is not fair. What is health after all? Health is nothing but HEALTH, his energy acquired lovingly through him. So health is nothing but a beautiful combination of healthy body, happy mind, lovely life, and divine intellect. So it is only the combination of Sahaja Yoga, that is simplified yogic practices, Satatya Yoga, consistency practices. This applies to both the therapist and to the beneficiary. And the Samaja Yoga, that socially relevant yoga, which is the need and culture of tomorrow. I am grateful to all my gurus, the teachers, the writings of Swamiji, my Guruji, Dr. Nagaratna, Dr. Suresh and Mrs. Shila Sahasrabuddhe. And I'm extremely grateful to all my gurus, and I bow down to them. Once again, a big thank you to all of you for the opportunity which you have given me. I hope in the limited time I was able to convey whatever I wanted to. Hari Om.
Thank you, madam, for sharing your experience and thoughts with us. You have very critically underlined the importance of yoga in modern life and the characteristics of good therapist. To continue this knowledge yajna, we have another young and dynamic personality, Dr. Rudraksha Sakrikar. He is an associate professor of Sanskrit and center head of Bharatiya Sanskriti Pitham at K.J. Somaiya Institute of Dharma Studies. He teaches topics related to Indian philosophy, Sanskrit, Yoga Shastra in undergraduate and postgraduate programs. He was awarded a PhD in Sanskrit by the University of Mumbai in August 2019. He received 6 gold medals and 1 silver medal for standing first in MA at the Department of Sanskrit, as well as the Faculty of Arts of Banaras Hindu University in the year 2008. He has authored 56 entries and edited 38 entries on yoga for Marathi Vishwakosh. He is a principal investigator of the research project of preparing a dictionary of yoga terms funded by Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi. He is a PhD guide for Sanskrit and Yoga Shastra at Somaiya Vidyavihar University. He is going to present the topic Reflections on the Concept of Samskara in Yoga Darshan. I request him to start his presentation.
Hello, thank you so much, Ajay sir. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, yes.
My pranams to all the yoga practitioners and yoga scholars who are present here. My pranams to the chairperson, Dr. Ganesh Rao sir, and also Sharmila Virkar madam and Dr. Ulka Nathu madam who presented papers before me. The topic of my presentation today is reflections on the concept of sanskara in Yoga Darshan.
Sorry to disturb you.
Yeah.
We are not able to see you. Please start your video.
Yeah, my video is on, sir.
Yeah,
Can
it
you
is seen. It is seen. It is visible. You can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, the topic of my presentation today is reflections on the concept of sanskara in Yoga Darshan. So just before starting my presentation, I would just would like to share what is my perspective on presenting this topic. So as already in the morning session, our chairperson, Dr. Ganesh Rao sir, has spoken about the importance of understanding theory also and the importance of the practices also. So definitely yoga is very important when we practice. And as the students of yoga, when we approach Yoga Sutra or when we try to understand the yoga philosophy with the help of Sanskrit scriptures, then sometimes we face difficulties. Sometimes some of the terms are difficult and they have certain connotations within a particular tradition. So, for example, if there are certain terms which are having different meanings, maybe in Nyaya Darshan, they could have different meaning in Buddhism, they can have different meanings in Yoga Darshan. So, it is very important to understand the concepts and the meanings of the terms within the tradition. And therefore, I thought that I will explore what is the concept of samskara according to Yoga Darshan so that we can understand the different types of samskaras and the sutras in which Maharshi Patanjali has referred this particular concept. So I'll read my paper. I will not speak spontaneously because then I may not be able to complete within the time. So I'm just reading my paper. Philosophical treatises are written in different textual formats in Sanskrit. Primary texts are written in the form of sutra, that is aphorism, karika, verses on technical topics, or gadya in the prose form. Commentarial literature is in the form of bhashya or tika or vritti or vartika. All these textual formats have some specific characteristics which a reader has to keep in mind while reading and interpreting the text. Yoga Sutras composed by Maharshi Patanjali are in the form of sutra. According to traditional norms, sutras should be concise, clear, giving the essence of the concept, be universally applicable, having connectivity of topics dealt within, and be acceptable to all. So all the practitioners of yoga know the shloka. Alpaksharam asandigdham saravad vishvato mukham. So these are the characteristics of the sutra. So brevity, that is the conciseness, is one of the most important features of the sutras, and therefore it is natural that authors of the sutra do not explain the terms elaboratively. Certain concepts are discussed in Yoga Sutra, but the terms explaining those concepts are not really defined by Maharshi Patanjali. Once again, I'll repeat this sentence. Certain concepts are discussed in Yoga Sutra, but the terms explaining those concepts are not really defined by Maharshi Patanjali. For example, Chitta, Vritti, Pramana, Klesha, Vasana, Siddhi, Now, these concepts are discussed in Yoga Sutra, but Patanjali has not given the specific definitions of these terms. And samskara is also one of such terms. Understanding the concept of samskara is very important in order to comprehend other central topics of yoga philosophy, such as the theory of karma, memory, that is smriti, transformation of chitta, that is chitta parinama, merits and demerits, dharma adharma or punya papa, etc. The term samskara is mentioned in 9 yoga sutras. None of these sutras define what samskara is. So the present paper is an attempt to explore the concept of samskara and its types within the framework of Yoga Darshana. So what is samskara? Yoga Darshan can be regarded as the science of analysis of mind. Patanjali and commentators of Yoga Sutras have explained subtle aspects and functions of the mind. The word samskara can roughly be translated as mental impressions or imprints. According to Yoga Darshan, samskara can be defined as subtle mental impressions caused by all the happenings in which chitta is involved. These happenings may include the involvement of chitta in action or no action, knowledge or no knowledge. As a computer keeps records of all its activities, chitta is also designed in a way that it maintains the records of all the happenings and its activities in the form of samskara. These subtle impressions present in the chitta cannot be perceived through senses, and therefore they can only be known by anumana pramana, that is inference. Vyasa, the chief commentator of Yoga Sutras, mentioned samskara as one of the attributes of chitta. He mentions the word as chitta dharma. Vyasa classifies the attributes of chitta into two types, namely paridrishta dharma and aparidrishta dharma. So the attributes of chitta which are perceptible and the attributes of chitta which are imperceptible. Vrittis of chitta are paridrishta dharma of chitta. Purusha gets knowledge, that is pratyaya, through each vritti of chitta, and therefore it is paridrishta dharma. There are 7 attributes of chitta which cannot be known by pratyaksha pramana, and therefore they are mentioned as aparidrishta dharma of chitta. They are as follows: nirodha, that is the restraint of vrittis; dharma, merits and demerits; samskara, impressions; parinama, change or modification happenings in the chitta; jivana, that is possessing prana; cheshta, activities of chitta; and shakti, the subtle abilities of chitta. So these are the 7 attributes which we cannot perceive, even though they are the attributes of chitta of us. Knowledge of these attributes is possible by anuman praman. Now, I'm not going to elaborate much on these 7 attributes, but just want to mention that samskara is one of the aparidrishta dharma, which cannot be experienced by pratyaksha pramana. Now, if we want to understand if there are any types of samskara, samskaras are the subtle impressions which remain in the chitta, but are there any types of samskara as we can understand from the Yoga Sutras? So from the sutras that discuss the concept of samskara, it can be comprehended that these subtle mental impressions are not of the same category. The classification of samskaras can be done in different ways. So while explaining 3 types of transformations of the chitta, that is chitta parinama, Patanjali has mentioned 2 basic types of samskara: vyutthana samskara and nirodha samskara. This particular reference comes in the following sutra. Vyutthana nirodha samskara yoho abhibhava pradurbhavau nirodha kshana chitta anvayaha nirodha parinamaha. So this is the sutra 3.9. Vyutthana and nirodha samskaras are contrary to each other. Nature and subcategories of vyutthana and nirodha samskara can be understood in the following way. So these are the 2 basic categories, but there can be subdivisions of these categories also. So now one by one I'm going to discuss those subcategories. So first I'll speak about vyutthana samskara. The literal meaning of the word vyutthana is waking. Vyuthana is the state in which Chitta is active. Chitta is involved in two types of activities while being in Vyuthana state. So one activity of Chitta while being in Vyuthana state can be having Vritti, that is taking form of an object. And the second activity of Chitta in Vyuthana state can be doing karma. So giving the response to that object by doing an action, and that is primarily mental action, not the physical one. The word vritti cannot be just translated as a thought, because thought process is involved in performing action also. Patanjali has not included the thought of performing karma in any of the types of chitta vrittis. Vritti can be comprehended as a thought form that helps grasp any object, but not the response given to that object in the form of karma. So in Vyuthana Sanskar, we can understand two subcategories, which I have explained here. The first one is Vrittijanya Sanskara, and the second can be Karmajanya Sanskara, because there are two functions of Chitta, having Vritti whenever the outside object is perceived, and when the response is given to that object, that is called as Karma. So there can be two types of Sanskaras, and because the sutras are in Sanskrit, I am framing the Sanskrit terms for that. One sanskara can be called as Vrittijanya Sanskara, and the other one can be called as Karmajanya Sanskara. So Vrittijanya Sanskaras are the impressions caused by the formation of the Vritti, that is the form of the object taken by Chitta. Chitta can take a form of an object, but it does not have ability to experience the object because Chitta is not conscious. Chitta, by taking form of the object, becomes the instrument of knowledge. Pratyaya, that is the knowledge of vritti, is acquired only by Purusha. There can only be one vritti at one time. When new vritti arises in the Chitta, the earlier vritti ceases, but it creates one impression in the Chitta at the time of cessation. This type of sanskara can be called as vrittijanya sanskara, that is, impression born out of the form of an object taken by Chitta. It can also be called as jnanajanya sanskara, the impression born out of knowledge acquired through vritti. So these two terms can be used parallelly, vrittijanya sanskara or jnanajanya sanskara. So vritti remains for a limited period, but the impression created by vritti remains permanently in the chitta, and this type of sanskara gives rise to smriti in the future. A very simple example can be taken that whenever we experience any object, so our chitta is taking form of that object. That perception is only for limited period of time, but anytime in the future we can remember that object, we can remember that experience that we have already taken. So the sanskara which is giving rise to memory is vrittijanya sanskara. One can remember only those objects that have been experienced before, even though the duration of that experience could only be for few moments. Still, it creates sanskara which can become the cause of memory in the future. Vritti exists for a short span of time. Hence, it cannot become a cause for the memory that may arise anytime in the future. It is the sanskara that a vritti has created before its cessation which becomes a cause of memory. Vrittis are temporary, but sanskaras are permanent. According to yoga, smriti, that is memory, is also a vritti, and it also creates an impression which may give rise to another smriti in the future. So I'll just explain this particular point with an example. So if I have seen maybe one apple yesterday, so yesterday when I saw that apple, it was my experience, and today I remember that object that I have seen yesterday. But again, after that, I can say that I remember that I had memory of an apple. So there can be memory of memory, there can be smriti of smriti. So smriti is also vritti, which also creates an impression, and that may also give rise to another memory in the future. So in this way, vritti creates sanskara, and sanskara again creates vritti, and this cycle goes on. So there is a very beautiful explanation given in the Vyasa Bhashya. He says, "Tatha jatiyakaha sanskaraha vrittibhi eva kriyante संस्कारिश्च वृत्तयः evam vritti sanskara chakram anisham avartate. He says that vritti and sanskara, this is like a cycle, they create each other. The speciality of jnana janya sanskara is that it does not get destroyed even after giving rise to smriti vritti. One sanskara can give rise to innumerable smritis of the same object. We can remember the same object again and again, so that one sanskara may give rise to many smritis in the future. Vrittijanya sanskaras can further be divided into two categories: impressions caused by pramana vritti and impressions caused by other four vrittis, namely viparyaya, vikalpa, nidra, and smriti. Both these impressions will give rise to memory. Pramana vritti gives valid knowledge of the object. Viparyaya vritti gives invalid knowledge as it does not illuminate the real nature of the object. Vikalpa vritti gives verbal knowledge of an unrealistic object. Nidra vritti gives the knowledge of nothingness in deep sleep. A form of object that has been already experienced before is again manifested in smriti vritti. A valid knowledge acquired by pramana vritti can again be of two types, and therefore the impressions created by them are also of two types. According to Sankhya and Yoga Darshanas, senses can always give us partial knowledge. Maybe it can be valid knowledge, but it will always be partial knowledge if we are perceiving any object with the help of indriya, with the help of senses, according to Sankhya and Yoga. Knowledge will always be partial if one is getting knowledge with the help of senses and also with the help of chitta that has influenced of rajogun and tamogun. The complete knowledge is possible only when it is acquired by chitta having complete manifestation of sattva-gun. Due to predominance of sattva-gun, chitta becomes one pointed on the object that is being known. Knowledge acquired by all the pramana vrittis creates samskara, which further may give rise to smritis. So the complete knowledge is possible only with the help of chitta, which is having the sattva-gun. And just the reference which is there in the Yoga Darshan, Patanjali mentions pradnya, the word pradnya, which is the prakrishta jnana, complete knowledge. And this word pradnya comes, he mentions that after explaining dharana, dhyan, samadhi, where there is complete ekagrata. So only as the result of sanyama, there can be pradnya, there can be complete and valid knowledge. Okay, so Ritambhara pradnya, it is also the complete, valid, and experiential knowledge. It also creates impressions in the chitta. According to the Sutra 1.50, that is Tajjas Sanskaraha Anya Sanskara Pratibandhi. So here also there is reference of the word Sanskara in the context of Ritambhara pradnya. So impressions created by Ritambhara pradnya create obstruction for the other impressions. Patanjali does not clarify which these other samskaras are. It can be comprehended that these impressions are those which are caused by karma and they are waiting to give results. These other samskaras cannot be jnana janya samskara because yogi can have the memory of the objects that he has experienced earlier even after attaining the supreme knowledge of Ritambhara pradnya. Also the Sutra 4.27, Tachidreshu Pratyayantarani Sanskarebhyaha, ascertains that after attaining the supreme knowledge also, other vrittis manifest sometimes in between the ekagra vritti, which happens in samadhi. Therefore, the impressions that Ritambhara pradnya obstructs must be karmajanya sanskara, that is, impressions created by mental action. So now I spoke about vrittijanya sanskara. So vritti means when we are perceiving the object, chitta is taking form of the object. But there is other category that can be called as karmajanya sanskara, which is obstructed by Ritambhara pradnya. So then what is karmajanya sanskara? So when a particular karma, that is action, is performed by chitta and it is influenced by any of the afflictions, then it creates a subtle impression in the chitta and it gives result of that karma in the future. Usually, action is considered to be physical action, but action is first performed by chitta, which later may or may not be executed by the senses or the body. every action has the result. All the actions do not give results immediately. The results, that is the vipaka of the action, can be experienced in the present birth or in the future birth also. Now this is as per the sutra, klesha mulo karmashayaha drishta adrishta janma vedaniyaha. The performance of action could be for a limited period, but it creates a subtle impression in the chitta. This impression remains in the chitta till the time of its fructification. It gives a result at appropriate place, time, and due to proper nimitta, due to proper cause. After giving a result, impressions caused by karma become inactive. This is the difference between vrittijanya sanskar and karmajanya sanskar. One vrittijanya sanskar can give rise to memory many times, but one karmajanya sanskar cannot give the result of that karma multiple times. There is only one result, and once that result is given, then it becomes inactive. After giving the result, impressions caused by karma become inactive. Impressions caused by one karma cannot give results to the doer multiple times. These subtle impressions created by karma are specifically called as ashaya in yoga. The term ashaya is only for karmajanya sanskara. An etymological interpretation of the word ashaya as per Yoga Shastra is as follows. A phala vipaka chitta bhumau sherate iti ashayaha. Impressions that remain in the latent form in the chitta till they do not give the results, they are called as ashaya. According to Sutra 4.7, karma can be of four types. Shukla karma, that is positive karma. Krishna karma, negative karma. Mishra karma, the combination of both positive and negative. And ashukla, akrishna karma, neither positive nor negative. Subtle impressions are created in the chitta only if karma is influenced by any of the kleshas, any of the afflictions. Out of these four types of karma, the first three types of karma are influenced by klesha, and therefore they create impressions and they give result. The fourth type of karma is not influenced by klesha, so it does not create impressions and does not give any result. The karma of a yogi who has attained the knowledge of Viveka Khyati does not have any affliction in his chitta. Karma of such yogi does not create an impression in the chitta and does not produce the result also. Impressions created by positive karma are called as dharma or punya. Impressions caused by negative karma are called as adharma or apunya. These two categories have been mentioned by Patanjali in the following sutra. Te lhad paritapa phalaha punya apunya hetutvat. So this is sutra number 2.14. Sanskara word in the following sutra also refers to karmajanya sanskara. The next sutra, parinama tapa sanskara dukkhaihi gunavrutti virodhacha dukkhameva sarvam vivekinaha. So in this sutra also the word sanskara is referring to karmajanya sanskara. Both positive and negative impressions ultimately result to dukkha to the yogi who has attained the knowledge of Viveka Khyati. Dharma, including adharma, is also counted in the list of 7 imperceptible attributes, aparidrishta dharma, which I was talking about at the beginning. These subtle impressions are imperceptible for the common person, but yogi can contemplate on these impressions and get the knowledge of previous births. So as in the Sutra 3.18, Sanskara Sakshat Karanat Purva Jati Jnanam. So yogi can have the Pratyaksha Jnana of these impressions and therefore he can know about his past births. A combination of many impressions is called as karmashaya. The collection of such subtle impressions which are waiting in the chitta to give the results is called as karmashaya. Actions such as an invocation of mantras, austerity, contemplation, worship of God, deities, saints create punya karmashaya, impressions caused by meritorious activities, and actions such as injury against the frightened, disease, helpless people, and insult caused to noble persons create papa karmashaya, that is, impressions caused by sinful activities. Now, as this particular discussion of karmashaya comes in Yoga Darshan, in Vedanta also there is similar discussion. Vedanta describes three types of karmashaya, referred to as karma, namely sanchita karma, prarabdha karma, and kriyamana karma. So I'll not much elaborate on that, but I'll just uh, try to draw out the parallel in the yoga darshan also. So according to yoga, sanchita karma can be called as nirupakrama karma, and prarabdha karma can be called as sopakrama karma. So these two types of karma are mentioned in sutra number 3.22. A set of specific impressions which give result in one birth, they are called as eka bhavika karmashaya. According to Vyasa Bhashya, there are two types of karmashaya. One is called as niyata vipaka. If the vipaka, that is the result of karmashaya, is unavoidable, it is called as niyata vipaka karmashaya. The results of an action cannot be avoided if the actions are performed with strong intensity. The second is aniyata vipaka. If the results of karmashaya can be avoided, it is called as aniyata vipaka karmashaya. When the actions are mild and they are not performed with strong intensity, then the results of such actions can be avoided. There can be three possibilities regarding these kind of impressions which are uncertain in producing the results. So this particular discussion comes in the Vyasa Bhashya. So there are three possibilities by which the person can avoid the results of karma. If it is mild karma, that is called as aniyata vipaka. One possibility is performance of prayashchitta karma, that is actions in the form of expiation, nullifies the possibility of getting results caused by negative action. Second possibility can be particular karma does not give the result individually, but it gives the result associated with the result of some other pradhana karma, major action. Thus, the result of that karma is not very strong, but it becomes mild. And the third possibility is impressions remain in the chitta, but they cannot give the results in the absence of proper place, proper time, and proper nimitta. Consequently, they become inactive after acquiring the knowledge of Viveka Khyati and Rutambhara Prajna and do not give results at all. So, as the sutra Tajjas Sanskaraha Anya Sanskara Pratibandhi, if the yogi is attaining Rutambhara Prajna, it is possible that maybe in his chitta there were many impressions which were waiting to give the results, but they do not get the opportunity. They are completely nullified by Rutambhara Prajna. Now, one more term that comes in the Yoga Darshan is Vasana, which has a very close connection with Karmajanya Samskara. One karma creates one Ashaya. After giving the result, Ashaya becomes inactive. When one karma is performed in a particular way, Chitta again follows the same pattern in which the earlier karma was performed, even though it was a different karma. A behavioral pattern can be called as Vasana. The word ashaya refers to independent impressions created by one independent karma, but the word vasana refers to the pattern in which karma is performed. One can make a picture by connecting the dots. Similarly, vasana patterns are created in the chitta by connecting the impressions created by karma. Various behavioral patterns may exist in chitta simultaneously. A particular vasana pattern may get manifested in an appropriate situation, otherwise, it exists in chitta in unmanifest form. In spite of having obstacles of desha, kala, and jati, vasanas exist in chitta and immediately manifest in a situation that triggers a particular vasana. So, as the sutra 4.9 says, jati, desha, kala, vyavahitanam api anantaryam smriti sanskarayoho ekarupatvat. Okay, so at the beginning, as I was explaining about the two major categories of sanskara, one was uh, vyuthana sanskara. The second one is nirodha sanskara. So now I'll speak about the nirodha sanskara. Now, most of the times, people think that nirodha is the restraint of all the vrittis. So how there can be impression, how there can be generation of sanskara in that state. But in the sutra, there is mention of nirodha sanskara, and Patanjali has clearly made a point that nirodha can also create sanskara in the chitta. So Nirodha is the state in which the activities of Chitta are completely restrained. Vrittis are restrained in Niruddha state, but impressions still exist. Virama pratyabhyasa purvaha sanskara sheshaha anyaha. Sutra 1.18. Presence of Chitta in Niruddha state also creates impressions in the Chitta. When Yogi's Chitta comes back to Vyutthana state, Yogi can realize that my Chitta was restrained for this much time. I had no thoughts in this period. This awareness or this memory is not possible without impressions being created in Niruddha state. These impressions of restraint are not created by vritti, but they are born just by the presence of chitta in the niruddha state. There are two possibilities due to which chitta goes to niruddha state. One possibility is bhava pratyaya, and the second possibility is upaya pratyaya. Two commentators of Vyasa Bhashya, namely Vachaspati Mishra and Vijnana Bhikshu, they have given different interpretations of the concept of bhava pratyaya. According to Vijnana Bhikshu, the meaning of the word bhava is birth. Yogis, namely Videha and Prakriti Laya, attain asampradnyata samadhi just by birth, and they do not have to take any efforts to reach to that state, as they have already crossed the earlier levels of their spiritual practices. According to Vachaspati Mishra, meaning of the word bhava is not the birth, but he says bhava is avidya, it is ignorance. So Videha and Prakritilaya yogis meditate on any of the non-conscious elements, either on Prakriti or Buddhi or Ahankar or Indriya, not just meditate on them, but they consider that element as Purusha by ignorance. And because of having that ignorance, their chitta merges in that respective element after their death. In that state, there are no vrittis in the chitta, and therefore that state is also considered as a niruddha state. They do not attain kaivalya, as chitta has reached to that state due to ignorance, and rutambhara prajna is yet to be manifested. So nirodha sanskaras created in this state do not lead to liberation. Except bhava pratyaya, niruddha state can also be achieved through upaya pratyaya. So yogi attains that state with the help of shraddha, faith, in practice, virya, that is strength, smriti, meditation, samadhi, contemplation, and prajna, complete and valid knowledge. Impressions created by this type of restraint lead to kaivalya. For as much as time the chitta of yogi remains in that niruddha state, impressions of nirodha become stronger and chitta attains more and more tranquil state. Tasya prashanta vahita samskara. So Patanjali is mentioning the word samskara, that is for nirodha samskara, and as much as the strength of nirodha samskara is more, then the tranquil state, the prashanta state of chitta remains for a longer period of time. Okay, so now just the last part of my presentation. I'll just take 2 more minutes. Apart from the understanding of above types of samskara, so the basic classification was Vyutthana samskara, Nirodha samskara. In Vyutthana samskara, Vrittijanya samskara, Karmajanya samskara. In Vrittijanya samskara, the impressions created by Pramana Vrittis and impressions created by other Vrittis. So these were the subdivisions of samskara. So apart from this discussion, Vyasa Bhashya also talks about other 2 types of samskaras, namely Sthiti samskara and Gati samskara. So this comes in Sutra number 2.23 in Vyasa Bhashya. According to the theory of Satkaryavad, accepted in Sankhya and Yoga systems, all the effects exist in the cause before its manifestation in the subtle form. Chitta is the effect of Prakriti, Chitta is the effect of Prakriti, and that Chitta exists in Prakriti before its manifestation when the Trigunas are in the equilibrium state. Sthiti samskaras are the impressions present in the unmanifest chitta that maintain the balance of triguna in that state. And gati samskaras are the impressions present in the chitta which trigger the manifestation process, due to which chitta is manifested as a separate element from prakriti. So in this way, the concept and the types of samskara can be understood within the framework of yoga darshana. Samskara is one of the central themes of yoga. According to Sankhya, Yoga, and Vedanta traditions, impressions, samskaras exist in Chitta. Chitta is the only substratum where the impressions can be stored. Body, senses, or Purusha do not possess the ability to store the impressions, but according to Nyaya and Vaisheshika Darshanas, impressions are stored in Atma. They consider samskara as the Vishesha Guna of Atma. So this we can understand as the difference in the philosophical traditions. Okay, so with this, I think I stop here. This was the end of my presentation. So thank you so much, everyone, for patiently hearing. And now, thanks to all the organizers also. And I thank the chairperson, Professor Dr. Ganesh Rao, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rudraksha sir, for throwing light on the concept of samskara in Yoga Darshana. Now, with the permission of respected chairperson, I would like to open this session for question and answers. Participants who wish to ask questions, please raise your hand virtually. I will unmute you and then you can ask your question. Please let the question be precise and related to the topic. Yes, Shobha madam.
Thank you, Ajay sir. I have a question for Dr. Rudraksha. May I ask?
Yes, please.
Yes. Sir, thank you very much for a very interesting paper. You talked about samskaras. So the doctrine, you can say, or the concept of samskaras will appear in different colors in various knowledge streams. For example, samskaras will mean something in Dharma Shastra. They will mean something else in moral science, etc. So, does Vyasa Bhashya give any cross references of these other shades of the word samskara? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. What you are saying is correct, that in Sanskrit, whatever terms are used in the text, they are not having just one meaning, but there can be many different shades of meanings. But in Vyasa Bhashya, because it is the commentary on the yoga philosophy, it does not really give the additional meanings which may come in Dharma Shastra or in the other domains, because the focus of that commentary is only to explain the sutras. So whenever the Bhashya is written, so as I said at the beginning, that the commentary literature and all these styles in which the commentaries are written, they have to follow certain norms. So Bhashya has two different purposes. One is to explain the meaning of the sutras of each and every word. And additionally, for understanding of the topic, if some more explanation needs to be given, then that can also be given in the Bhashya. But in Vyasa Bhashya, there is no such mention about the meaning of the word samskara in Dharma Shastra or in the Smriti or in the Puranas, because that is not the domain, that is not the subject here. Vyasa Bhashya sometimes refers to other philosophical tradition. There are references of the Buddhist traditions. There is refutation of Yogachara sect of Buddhism. So Darshana traditions can be referred, but they will not speak about the other subjects. So in Vyasa Bhashya, there are no such references.
Thank you, sir. Not even at splitting cross references?
No, actually, these types. No, actually, even these types of samskaras, which I have explained in my paper, they are not specifically mentioned in any of the yoga texts. So this is what I am trying to present in this paper. Now, Vyuthana samskara, Nirodha samskara are mentioned, and Gati samskara, Sthiti samskara. These are mentioned, but other types, they are not mentioned.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Kalpana ji, you can ask your question.
My question is to Rudraksha. There are so many types of sanskaras, and my question is basically, these sanskaras also useful for the spiritual growth or not? Because they are also needed. then why it is said that we should get rid from all the sanskaras?
No, definitely sanskaras are useful for spiritual growth, but which type of sanskara? So I was saying that pramana vritti, if there is valid knowledge, and that valid knowledge is creating the sanskaras, which can definitely be helpful in attaining more knowledge or attaining the knowledge in depth, or even the sanskaras of Rutambhara Prajna, which is also the valid knowledge. So definitely, if the impressions are created by pramana vritti or Rutambhara Prajna, they are definitely helpful, but ultimately we need to understand that what is the substratum of all these impressions? Chitta. All these impressions exist in chitta, and according to Sankhya Yoga, we are not chitta, we are purusha. And at the last level, at the time of kaivalya, when there is separation, chitta will be separated, it will merge to prakriti, and purusha will become separated. So ultimately those impressions are in chitta only. Okay, so that is the reason why they may say that one has to get rid of samskara, but that is only at the last level of kaivalya. But before that, definitely if the impressions are created by pramana vritti, they will be helpful always.
Okay. Thank you so much. Just clarify. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sudarshanji, you can ask your question.
Yeah, sir. Sudarshana, sir. Sir, I have a question to Rudraksha, sir. Sir, so what happens to the Sthiti Sanskara and the Gati Sanskara at the time of Laya? So where do they merge into?
Yeah, actually, these are the opposite samskaras. Hai na? Sthiti is to maintain the stability, and gati is to create the disturbance. So, according to Sankhya Yoga, 23 elements means buddhi, ahankar, mana, etc. They are manifested from prakriti, and at the time of pralaya, again they merge to prakriti. They merge to prakriti means the trigunas do not remain in active state, but trigunas remain in the balanced state. So, to achieve that stability or to achieve that equilibrium of triguna, sthiti samskara will be helpful, and for certain time there will be equilibrium, and again at the time of manifestation when there is imbalance, then for the imbalance or for the manifestation of these elements, gati samskara will be responsible for that. So basically these are the two impressions which are there in the chitta. So sthiti samskara will be helpful for bringing the balance in triguna, and gati samskara will be helpful for manifesting that chitta from prakriti. And now these two samskaras can only be accepted only if we are accepting the theory of satkaryavad. According to satkaryavad, that chitta is existing in the prakriti even before its manifestation. It is not newly created at the time of creation. So if it is already present in prakriti, then what triggers the manifestation of that element? So it is assumed, it is inferred that it must be gati samskara. And similarly, sthiti samskara is responsible for maintaining the balance.
Okay, sir. And sir, since there are many parallelisms between Buddhism and the Yoga Sutras, do you think there is parallelism between sanskara of Bhavachakra and the sanskara of the Patanjali's, sanskara? Because
Yeah.
in Bhavachakra, I believe avidya leads to sanskara. So
Yes.
here also, can we draw similar parallelism, sir?
Yeah, definitely the comparison is possible, but now in this paper I just focused on yoga darshan. But definitely if we refer to Buddhist tradition, and especially if we refer to the yogachara tradition, in which there is a lot of discussion about the chitta, its aspect, chitta, chetasika, different functions of chitta, and samskara is also accepted as one of the skandhas, the foundational elements in Buddhism. So definitely the parallel study can be done, and there are many similarities also in both the traditions, but there are differences also.
Sharmila Virkar, madam, you can ask your question.
Rather than question, it's just observation, very systematic paper. Just want to congratulate Rudraksha, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you.
Kinjalji, Kinjal Purohit.
Yes, sir. I don't know if I've understood this well, so please excuse me if I've not understood the concept, but sir, it is regarding Nirodha Sanskara, which you mentioned. And you said the chitta can get merged into either of the subtle things, which one mention was ahankar as well. So I don't know from where I could just relate this to something called as spiritual pride. So is this one of the things that people get engrossed and they get merged into that, that the spiritualism as a concept, and this can be one of the ahankars? I don't know if I've understood it well and if I'm putting it up properly. If you can please help me, sir.
Yeah, no, actually that concept is little different. Now, I just touched on that concept because that topic itself is very elaborative and the commentators are giving different interpretations. So if there is maybe ego, or if there is spiritual egoism, as you are mentioning, I think it is a different concept. But this topic is related to Bhava Pratyay. And as I mentioned, that Vachaspati Mishra and Vijnana Bhikshu are having completely two different interpretations, which go against each other. So according to Vachaspati Mishra, it is avidya. So I'll just give you one example, that if I'm meditating on one object, so that object, for example, if it is flower, it is made up of Pancha Mahabhuta, Prithvi, Jala, Tej, Vayu, Akash. Meditation on flower is not wrong, but meditation on flower, considering it as Atma, it is wrong, because I am not having the proper understanding of the object on which I am trying to meditate. So that kind of wrong meditation, because of avidya, if we consider something else as Purusha, because of this wrong practice of meditation, after the death of that yogi, chitta merges to that respective element which he was considering as Purusha. In that state, there are no vrittis, so that is also Niruddha state, but that doesn't lead to Kaivalya. So this was the point, and actually it is very technical explanation given in the Tattva Vaisharadi of Vachaspati Mishra. So I just mentioned that, but I did not explain in detail.
This was helpful. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anamika.
सर नमस्कार सर, मेरा रुद्राक्ष सर से एक दो क्वेश्चन है सर. इट्स वेरी बेसिक. सर कैन यू हियर मी?
Yeah, I can hear.
सर मेरा ये जो मैम ने अभी किया था निरोध संस्कार, सर ये कैसे इफेक्ट करते हैं हमारे कर्मास को? और प्रज्ञा, ऋतंबरा प्रज्ञा पे भी एक क्वेश्चन है, ये क्या है सर?
Nirodha Sanskara does not affect on karma, but Nirodha Sanskara is again whenever the yogi is practicing. So if I just simplify, according to Yoga Darshan, what is how the transformation happens in chitta from many vrittis to one vritti, that is ekagrata, and one vritti to zero vritti, that is the further journey. So actually that Nirodha state is a very, we can say, a very advanced state. And because now Yoga Shastra, Patanjali is describing about Yoga Shastra, so he has covered all the aspects of yoga, which may be on the preliminary level, which may be on the advanced level. So he says that in Niruddha Avastha, there are no vrittis. So will there be impressions or not? That is the question. So Patanjali says that there will be new impressions created in Niruddha state also. And what is the proof that Nirodha Sanskara is possible? So then the reference is given that after coming back to Vyutthana Avastha, yogi can realize that my chitta was restrained, my chitta was Niruddha. This kind of realization, this kind of memory is not possible without that Nirodha Sanskara. So it is accepted that just by being, the presence of chitta in that Niruddha state also creates Sanskara in the chitta. They do not directly affect the karma that we are doing. It is a different thing.
Different thing, right, sir? And sir, Ritambara Pragya, again very advanced and ultimate thing, no?
Yeah, Ritambara Prajna, whenever chitta is in pure state, then Ritambara Prajna is the complete knowledge, valid knowledge, and experiential knowledge. That is Ritambara Prajna. So whenever the yogi realizes what is the nature of the self, what is Purusha, and how the Trigunas are different and Purusha is different, after having this purified knowledge, there is emergence of Ritambara Prajna in the chitta.
Right. Thank you, sir. And one more thing, sir, kaleshas. In our day-to-day life, we face many kaleshas, sir. But how we can overcome from it?
Yeah, actually, then it is a very elaborative subject. So I don't know whether we have sufficient time. I can answer, no problem. But
Yes.
in short of time,
Yeah.
the answer will not be, I think, sufficient. Now, there are many practices, and in the Yoga Shastra, all the practices are ultimately to reduce the kleshas and how to have more and more knowledge. Okay, so the one practice which Patanjali says, Kriya Yoga. So, Kriya Yoga is when you perform any karma with complete devotion, with proper understanding, with proper awareness, and without expecting the result, then that practice of Kriya Yoga helps to reduce the effects of klesha. So that is just one practice which is mentioned by Patanjali, but there are many other practices also.
Correct, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Vandana ji. Vandana. Vandana, please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, my question is, Vritti Jana Sanskara and Karma Jana Sanskara. What is the difference and how it affects our sanskara? Which sanskara is like?
Okay, a very simple explanation that if you see the flower, okay, the flower is outside and our chitta, according to Yoga Darshan, our chitta takes form of that object, which is called as vritti. So vritti is grasping the object, so it is incoming. And in simple language, we can say it is incoming. The knowledge of the object is coming and we are perceiving the object. Now, object is perceived, vritti is already there. Now we take some decision, we decide to do something. We decide to perform any karma related to that object, either to take that object or to leave that object, or after observing that object, certain impulse is created in the chitta. I like the object or I don't like the object, whatever. So after perception, when we decide to do any karma, that is called as karma. So both these processes, perception and the response given to that object, both create impressions. So one is vritti janya sanskar and the other is karma janya sanskar.
Okay, so all this karma jan sanskar is first comes to our mind and then we take action, na?
Yes. Yeah, we think first. And for example, if I want to speak something, but before actual articulation of the sound, the process is happening in my body, the vocal cords are there, air is passing through vocal cords. But before happening this process in actual sense, there is process in my chitta, what to speak, how to speak, which words should I select. So any karma, before the actual performance of karma, it is being performed on the chitta level, then that karma is executed on the physical level or on the level of indriya.
Jesus. So all karma is actually first vritti sanskara, right? Vritti jan, and then it action, right? No.
Not vritti, but it is on mental level. It is on chitta level.
Okay. So got it. Sir. Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, anything that's big or small, because if a vritti jan sanskara is small or action jan sanskara is bigger imprint, it is like
nothing,
that?
No, nothing like that.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would now request the chairperson of the session, Dr. Ganesh Rao, sir, to please conclude the session with his valuable remarks. You're on mute, sir.
In the first place, I consider myself as privileged to chair this session of three learned, brilliant scholars and equally brilliant presentations. My thanks to Dr. Ulkarna, to the Dr. Sharmila Varkar and Dr. Rudraksha for making this very clear, insightful presentation. The first paper, Yoga as Philosophy of Transcendence, really highlighted the concept of transcendence, which actually is the core of all yoga practices. And Dr. Sharmila ji not only spoke about transcendence, which we understand in one sense, but also brought about transcendence of various dimensions, whether it is epistemological transcendence, ethical transcendence, socio-cultural transcendence. So various concepts of transcendence. And personally, I feel this concept of transcendence is common to all traditions of yoga. And only when we consider transcendence, then probably the criticality in yoga comes about, which she was trying to emphasize. So a very nice presentation, very elaborate presentation. The next presentation by Dr. Ulka Natu, my colleague, as usual, very clear presentation, though I feel the time available was very less to go through all the slides, though all of us here present would have liked her to deal with all the slides so that we get more information about it. But the highlights were very clear, that, okay, the spiritual element missing in the conventional ways of therapy. And when that spiritual element is the enrichment of yoga therapy, and when that element comes there, it does not come as, a tablet for a headache. It comes with, efforts involved, time to be devoted, and the person should be prepared for that, a particular approach, particular attitude of the beneficiary. So unlike in other therapies where this point was highlighted, where the patient is actually patient and only a recipient of medicines and therapy, in yoga therapy, the patient has to play an equally active role. The faith, the positivity with which he comes, the conviction that, okay, I will be cured. These practices will help me, and I'm prepared to persevere and, devote time, a long time, Dirgha Kala, in Patanjali's words, then only that therapy will be, successful. Yoga does definitely have magical powers, but like all other therapies, it is not a panacea that can be prescribed for each and every problem and overnight fast food culture sort of therapy. It takes time, because it is what she has said, even our ailments, you take hypertension, diabetes, it is a slowly accumulating problem. So the question is, am I able to bring about a lifestyle change? Only if I am prepared to bring about a lifestyle change, then there is available yoga, which provides you with all the elements of a healthy lifestyle. Then the meaning of yoga as a preventive discipline rather than therapy will come into the fore. Very beautifully highlighted. I wish there was time to see through all the slides, because therapy is today the order of the day. As I mentioned in my talk, nobody comes to yoga for kaivalya or moksha. Everybody comes there for some or the other problem, getting relief from the problems. The third paper by Rudraksha, Dr. Rudraksha, I call him Rudraksha because he's very close to me. Dr. Rudraksha is very brilliant presentation, absolutely brilliant presentation, though some of us would have found it a little bit difficult to go into the nuances of the term samskara, but very clear elaboration on the various concepts of samskaras. What generally we read is a deep impression left by a karma, and everything is a karma. Our understanding of samskara ends there. But the way he has brought about, in addition to what is mentioned in Vyasa Bhasha and the commentaries on Vyasa Bhasha by Vachaspati Mishra, and brought about the different types of samskaras very clearly, because lots of time confusion arises, particularly in Nirodha Samskara, when there is no vritti at all. Where is samskara happening? This is normal. And the same parallel is also drawn when we talk about a pramana of Nidra, that when I am sleeping, where is the vritti happening? And we say, okay, when I wake up, I do feel that the sleep was refreshing. So naturally, at the time when the sleep was happening, there was a sattva guna prevailing, there is chitta there. The similar parallel to be drawn in the Nirodha Samskara. And also, when he spoke about, some person asked about, samskaras have to be stopped. And Dr. Rudraksha, in his normal, modest and polite manner, was talking about, yes, pramana samskara is good, but yes, there is also the way that a samskara which leads you towards kaivalya, that is a samskara which is advantageously to be had and that samskara will actually expedite your process towards kaivalya. It's like a river, upward moving towards kaivalya and downward moving towards samsara. So it depends on which samskara you want, the samskara which leads towards kaivalya or the samskara which leads towards samsara. Very beautifully brought about. My congratulations to Rudraksha, very nicely presented, so nice nuances of each type of samskara. It's very beautiful, very beautifully done. Thank you very much. Yeah, I wish we had more times for discussion. It was nicely presented, very nice. Lastly, I thank the organizers, my university, Mumbai University. All my education has been in Mumbai University. Sanskrit department of Mumbai University for making this seminar happen. And this is probably, and I wish only a trailer of what is to come in the next 3 sessions. We are having a feast of knowledge and wisdom. So let's all participate and partake of that feast. Once again, I thank Dr. Sharmila Varkar, Dr. Ulka Natu Gadam, and Dr. Rudraksha Sakrikar. Thank you very much for presenting the paper in the manner in which you have presented. Thank you very much. Thanks to Ajay, Dr. Shakuntala, and all other members who are participating actively to make this seminar successful. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your valuable remarks. I'm sure this scholarly session has satisfied or fulfilled the hunger of your intellect. But what about your body? Your body needs carbohydrates, proteins, vitamins, minerals. So let us take a lunch break. As you are attending yoga seminar, yoga conference, have some healthy and nutritious food, homemade food, and let us meet again to listen renowned scholars at sharp 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was wonderful sessions, and thanks to all paper presenters as well. Thank you.
Can I leave, Dr. Shakuntala?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. Thank you.